Welcome in, fellow summoners. Tonight, under the watchful eyes of the Rift, we shall dive into the legendary tales of Runeterra to guide you gently into the realm of dreams. Before we disappear behind the veil of dreams, take a moment to cast your support spell, tap the like button, and join our magical community by subscribing. Also, I'm curious what time it is in your corner of Runeterra, whether you're watching from the war halls of Noxus, the forests of Ionia, or the depths of the Shadow Isles. Share your location in the comments below. Your participation will be greatly appreciated and helps our magical community grow stronger. Now, the time for incantations has passed. Dim your lights, find your most comfortable position, and prepare to be transported to the world of champions and chaos as we dive into tonight's Chapter 1, The Approaching Darkness. Welcome, dear friend, to another evening by the fire, where the warmth of our hearth stands as a gentle barrier against the mysteries that dwell beyond our circle of light. Tonight, as shadows lengthen and the world settles into its nocturnal embrace, we turn our attention to one of Runeterra's most terrifying yet fascinating phenomena. Pour yourself something warm, settle back into your favorite chair, and prepare to journey with me to the treacherous waters surrounding Bilgewater, where death itself refuses to remain quietly buried. Imagine, if you will, the vast expanse of ocean that separates the living world from the cursed realm known as the Shadow Isles. These waters, normally a brilliant azure blue beneath Runeterra's sun, hold secrets that most sailors dare not speak aloud. For once each year, when the barrier between life and death grows thin, something ancient and terrible stirs in those depths. The sea itself seems to recoil as tendrils of supernatural mist begin to creep across its surface, carrying with them the collective anguish of 1,000 tormented souls. This is the Harrowing, dear listener, and it is perhaps the most dreaded event in all of Bilgewater's bloody calendar. Picture the hardy pirates and merchants of the Serpent Isles, men and women who have faced sea monsters, rival captains, and the fury of storms without flinching, yet who speak of the Harrowing only in hushed whispers. There is something profoundly unsettling about watching the ocean's natural rhythm disrupted by forces that belong neither to the living world nor to peaceful death. The Harrowing arrives with an eerie predictability that makes it all the more terrifying, like a tide that follows celestial movements. It comes each year when the spiritual barriers of Runeterra are at their weakest. Sailors who have witnessed its approach describe a peculiar quality to the air, a heaviness that seems to press down upon the soul rather than the body. The very atmosphere becomes thick with unspoken dread, as if the world itself holds its breath in anticipation of what is to come. Those who live along Bilgewater's docks speak of the warning signs that herald the Harrowing's arrival. The seabirds, normally so fearless in their pursuit of scraps and fish, begin to behave strangely in the days leading up to the event. They gather in unusual formations, their cries taking on a mournful quality that sends chills down the spines of even the most hardened dock workers. The tide pools, usually teeming with small creatures going about their daily survival, grow eerily still. Even the barnacles seem to close more tightly against their rocks, as if seeking to shut out some approaching horror. But perhaps most unsettling of all are the dreams that begin to plague Bilgewater's residents in the weeks before the Harrowing. These are not ordinary nightmares born of too much rum or worry about the next day's voyage. Instead, they carry a weight and clarity that suggests something far more sinister. People report dreaming of faces they have never seen, of voices calling to them from beneath dark waters, of a terrible sadness that seems to permeate everything it touches. These dreams leave their victims exhausted upon waking, as if they have spent the night struggling against invisible chains. The black mist itself, when it finally appears on the horizon, is unlike any natural fog or weather phenomenon. It moves with purpose, flowing across the water's surface, like a living thing with its own malevolent intelligence. Sailors describe watching it approach from a distance, noting how it seems to consume the very light around it. The normal sparkle of sunlight on waves dies wherever the mist touches, leaving behind a gray, lifeless expanse that hurts to look upon for too long. What makes the Harrowing particularly terrifying is not just its supernatural nature, but the way it seems to target the deepest fears and guilts of those it encounters. The mist does not simply bring death, it brings a twisted reflection of life, populated by spirits who cannot rest. These are not random apparitions, but the risen forms of those who died with unfinished business, unforgiven sins, or unresolved anguish. They emerge from the mist with memories intact, but souls corrupted, seeking not peaceful resolution but to drag others into their eternal torment. The residents of Bilgewater have learned, through generations of bitter experience, that the Harrowing cannot be fought in the traditional sense. No amount of cannon fire or steel can turn back the supernatural tide. Instead, survival depends on preparation, knowledge, and sometimes, the terrible choice of who to sacrifice so that others might live. The city's various captains and power brokers, normally at each other's throats over territory and treasure, find themselves forced into an uneasy cooperation when the black mist approaches. In the Serpent Isles markets, special preparations begin weeks before the expected arrival of the Harrowing. Merchants who normally deal in silk, spices, and stolen goods suddenly find their stalls filled with salt, iron, and blessed items. These are not mere superstitions, but time-tested defenses against the supernatural. Salt, particularly sea salt, blessed by the priestesses of Nagakaburos, creates barriers that spirits find difficult to cross. Iron, especially cold-forged iron that has never been heated by normal fire, can disrupt the ethereal forms of the undead. And blessed items, whether they carry the protection of Bilgewater's sea goddess or other benevolent powers, provide small sanctuaries of safety in a world temporarily overrun by malevolent forces. The architecture of Bilgewater itself bears the marks of countless harrowings. Buildings that have survived multiple encounters with the Black Mist show modifications that speak to hard-learned lessons. Windows are often fitted with iron bars and intricate patterns that serve both defensive and decorative purposes. Doorways are built with raised thresholds that force entry to be deliberate, giving residents precious seconds to recognize whether their visitor is living or something else entirely. The wealthiest establishments sport elaborate wardstones carved with protective symbols, their surfaces worn smooth by countless hands seeking their protection. Yet, for all the preparations and precautions, the Harrowing remains fundamentally unpredictable in its specific manifestations. While its annual arrival is certain, the exact form it takes varies from year to year. Sometimes the mist carries with it the spirits of recently drowned sailors, their forms still recognizable to those who knew them in life. Other years bring more ancient horrors, creatures that died so long ago that they have forgotten their own names, but remember only their hunger for the warmth of living souls. The psychological toll of living under the annual threat of the Harrowing cannot be understated. Imagine carrying the knowledge that no matter how successful your ventures, how strong your crew, or how well defended your stronghold, there will come a time each year when all of those advantages mean nothing. The strongest pirates speak of the dreams that haunt them for months after each Harrowing, dreams filled with the faces of friends and enemies who emerged from the mist to torment them. Some never fully recover from these encounters, spending their remaining years jumping at shadows and seeing threats in every morning fog. Children born in Bilgewater grow up with the Harrowing as an inescapable part of their reality. They learn the protective chants before they learn proper sailing knots, memorize the signs of spiritual corruption before they can read a proper chart. This creates a generation that is simultaneously more resilient and more scarred than children elsewhere in Runeterra. They possess an intuitive understanding of mortality and the supernatural that serves them well in their dangerous homeland, but at the cost of an innocence that can never be reclaimed. The Harrowing also serves as a grim reminder of the interconnectedness of Runeterra's magical disasters. The black mist that terrorizes Bilgewater each year originates from the same catastrophic event that created the Shadow Isles. In this way, the sins of ancient kings continue to plague the living world, their consequences rippling outward like waves from a stone cast into still water. The pirates and merchants of Bilgewater, most of whom care little for ancient history or royal politics, find themselves paying the price for a monarch's grief and a queen's desperate love. This annual cycle of terror and survival has shaped Bilgewater's culture in profound ways. The city's famous tolerance for outlaws and misfits stems partly from the recognition that when the harrowing comes, a person's past matters far less than their willingness to stand against the supernatural tide. Former enemies have been known to shelter together when the mist rises, bound by the simple understanding that the dead make no distinction between pirates and merchants, between the innocent and the guilty. As we settle deeper into our comfortable chairs tonight, safe from the supernatural storms that plague distant shores, we might reflect on what the harrowing represents in the larger tapestry of Runeterra's ongoing struggles. It stands as a stark reminder that some wounds, when deep enough, never truly heal. The pain of the Shadow Isles continues to bleed into the world of the living, carrying with it lessons about the price of unchecked grief and the terrible persistence of unresolved trauma. The approach of each harrowing forces the people of Bilgewater to confront questions that most of us are fortunate enough to avoid. How do you prepare for a threat that cannot be reasoned with or defeated? How do you maintain hope in the face of an enemy that embodies despair itself? How do you build a life worth living when you know that life might be stolen away by forces beyond your control or understanding? Perhaps most importantly, the harrowing asks us to consider what it means to be truly alive in a world where death refuses to remain a final answer. The spirits that emerge from the black mist are not alive in any meaningful sense, yet they are also not properly dead. They exist in a terrible liminal state, neither moving forward into whatever comes after death, nor returning to the fullness of life. In their tormented existence, we see a reflection of our own fears about unfinished business, about the possibility that our deepest regrets might follow us beyond the grave. As the embers in our fireplace begin to settle into a comfortable glow, and as the familiar sounds of our safe, warm world surround us, we can appreciate the contrast between our peaceful evening and the terror that stalks the seas around Bilgewater. Yet, in that contrast, lies a deeper understanding of what makes life precious. Perhaps it is precisely because the people of the Serpent Isles live under the shadow of the harrowing that they embrace life with such fierce intensity, celebrating each day that passes without supernatural horror as a victory worth savoring. The harrowing teaches us that some battles cannot be won, only survived. But in that survival, in the simple act of enduring what seems unendurable, there lies a form of heroism that requires no sword or spell. It is the heroism of getting up each morning, knowing that darkness will come again, and choosing to live fully in the light that remains. What does it mean, do you think, to find hope in a world where our deepest fears might literally rise from the dead to haunt us? How do we balance the need to prepare for darkness with the equally important need to embrace the light while it lasts? Chapter 2. Origins of the Mist. In the depths of ancient memory, where truth and legend intertwine like lovers in an eternal dance, lies the terrible genesis of what would become known as the Harrowing. Tonight, as we venture deeper into this tale of supernatural sorrow, let us trace the dark thread that connects a king's desperate love to the annual terror that plagues Bilgewater's shores. For every curse has its beginning, every horror its first breath, and the black mist that haunts the living world carries within it the echo of choices made in the shadow of unbearable loss. Picture, if you will, a time when the Shadow Isles were known by a different name entirely. The Blessed Isles they were called, and blessed they truly were, existing as a paradise that seemed to float between the mortal world and the realm of spirits. These islands served as a sacred place where the boundary between life and death grew thin, not from corruption but from divine purpose. Here, the souls of the departed could find peace before moving on to whatever lay beyond mortal understanding. It was a place of healing, of gentle transition, where death was not an ending, but a doorway bathed in golden light. The Blessed Isles operated under the guardianship of an ancient order of monks and spiritual wardens who understood the delicate balance required to maintain such a sacred space. These guardians had spent centuries learning to work with the natural flow of spiritual energy, channeling it for healing and peaceful transition rather than dominion or power. Their great achievement was the creation of the Waters of Life, a mystical pool that could heal any wound, cure any ailment, and even bring back those who had recently passed from this world to the next. But the waters of life, for all their miraculous power, came with a fundamental understanding that those who used them respected. They were meant to heal, not to circumvent the natural order entirely. The guardians knew that death, while sorrowful, served a purpose in the greater cosmic balance. To abuse the water's power would be to risk something far more terrible than death itself, a corruption that could spread like a plague through the spiritual realm and into the world of the living. Into this sacred paradise came Viego, the ruined king, though he bore no such title then. He was simply a young monarch consumed by grief so profound that it threatened to unmake his very soul. His beloved queen, Isolde, lay dying from an assassin's blade, and no healer in his kingdom could save her. Driven by a love that had transformed into desperate obsession, Viego learned of the Blessed Isles and their miraculous waters. He saw in them not a sacred trust to be respected, but a tool to be claimed for his singular purpose. The king's arrival at the Blessed Isles came with an army at his back and murder in his heart. He cared nothing for the sacred nature of the place, nothing for the centuries of careful stewardship that had maintained its divine balance. When the guardians tried to explain that the waters of life could not simply undo death without consequence, that some wounds went too deep for any healing, Viego's grief-maddened mind heard only refusal. He saw enemies where there were only concerned protectors, obstacles where there were only warnings born of ancient wisdom. The battle that followed was not merely a clash of steel and sorcery, but a fundamental violation of everything the Blessed Isles represented. Blood was spilled on ground that had known only peace for millennia. The screams of the dying echoed through halls that had resonated only with gentle prayers and healing chants. The very spiritual energy that made the islands sacred began to twist and corrupt under the weight of such violence and desecration. When Viego finally reached the waters of life, dragging Isolde's lifeless form with him, the damage was already spreading like cracks through glass. The sacred pool, which had reflected only starlight and hope for countless generations, now showed the flames of the burning monastery and the faces of the slaughtered guardians. But Viego, blind to everything but his desperate need, plunged his queen's body into the corrupted waters and commanded them to restore her to life. What emerged from those waters was not the gentle queen that Viego remembered, but something far more terrible. Isolde's body drew breath, her eyes opened, but what looked out through them was not the soul of the woman he had loved. The corruption that had already begun to seep into the spiritual fabric of the islands had touched her resurrection, creating not life, but a mockery of it. She was caught between worlds, neither fully alive nor properly dead, and the realization of what she had become filled her with a horror that transcended mortal understanding. In her anguish and confusion, the risen queen lashed out, her spirit-touched hands finding the very blade that had originally killed her. But now, instead of ending her suffering, the weapon became a conduit for the spreading corruption. When she drove it into Viego's chest, it was not merely his life that poured out, but the very essence of his obsessive love, his crushing grief, and his willingness to destroy paradise itself for the chance to reclaim what he had lost. Viego's death should have been the end of the tragedy, but death in the Blessed Isles no longer functioned as it should. The corruption that had started with violence and been amplified by forced resurrection now had a direct conduit into the king's soul. Instead of passing on to whatever realm awaited him, Viego found himself trapped in the same liminal state as his queen, neither alive nor dead, but something far worse than either. The ruination, as historians would later call it, spread outward from that moment, like ripples from a stone cast into still water. But these were not ordinary ripples. They carried with them the essence of Viego's all-consuming grief, his obsessive love, and his absolute refusal to accept loss. Every soul they touched was infected with that same desperate hunger, that same inability to let go and move on. The Blessed Isles themselves were transformed, their golden light replaced by an endless creeping mist that carried the weight of unresolved sorrow. The black mist that would later terrorize Bilgewater and beyond was born from this fundamental corruption of the natural order. It is not merely fog or vapor, but the very essence of grief made manifest, a spiritual wound that refuses to heal. Within its roiling depths move the spirits of all those who were caught in the initial ruination, as well as countless others who have been claimed by its spreading influence over the centuries. Understanding the origins of the Harrowing requires us to recognize that it is not a random supernatural phenomenon, but the inevitable result of the ruined king's eternal, futile quest. Viego still exists within the heart of the Shadow Isles, neither alive nor dead, forever seeking to reclaim his lost queen and restore what he believes was stolen from him. The black mist that spreads across the seas each year is an extension of his will, a manifestation of his undying refusal to accept that some losses cannot be undone. Each year, when the barriers between the world of the living and the realm of the dead grow thin, Viego's influence reaches further into the mortal world. The mist carries with it not just the corrupted spirits of the Shadow Isles, but fragments of the king's own obsessive love and desperate grief. This is why the Harrowing affects different people in different ways. It seeks out those emotional wounds that resonate with its own nature, the losses and regrets that people carry like hidden scars. The connection between the Shadow Isles and the annual Harrowing is not merely geographical but deeply spiritual. The cursed realm exists in a state of eternal stasis, unable to move forward or back, trapped in the moment of its greatest tragedy. This temporal imprisonment creates a kind of spiritual pressure that builds throughout the year until it must find release. The Harrowing represents that release, an annual overflow of corrupted energy that seeks to spread its curse to new victims. What makes this origin story particularly tragic is the recognition that none of it was necessary. The Blessed Isles had the power to heal, to comfort, even to extend life in ways that honored the natural order. Had Viego come to them with humility instead of violence, with acceptance instead of obsession, they might have found a way to ease his grief without destroying everything they had spent centuries building. Instead, his refusal to accept loss became the seed of a curse that continues to plague the world. The monks and guardians who died defending the Blessed Isles did so not out of cruelty or indifference to Viego's pain, but out of understanding of what would happen if the sacred waters were misused. Their warnings were not obstacles to be overcome, but wisdom earned through centuries of careful stewardship. In their deaths, they became the first victims of a curse that would eventually claim countless others, their peaceful spirits twisted into servants of the very corruption they had died trying to prevent. The black mist that emerges each year during the Harrowing carries within it the memory of that original violation. It remembers the monastery in flames, the screams of the innocent, the moment when paradise became perdition. This is why it seems to target not just the living, but specifically those who have something precious to lose. It seeks to recreate its own origin story, to transform love into obsession, loss into corruption, and hope into despair. In the depths of the Shadow Isles, the original waters of life still exist, but they have become their own opposite, a pool of spiritual poison that corrupts rather than heals, that binds souls to torment rather than releasing them to peace. Around these tainted waters, the spirits of the Blessed Isles guardians still maintain their vigil, but now they serve as wardens of corruption rather than protectors of sanctity. They are trapped in an eternal mockery of their original purpose, forced to guard the very thing that destroyed everything they once held sacred. The annual nature of the Harrowing reflects the cyclical nature of grief itself. Just as personal loss tends to resurface at significant times and anniversaries, so too does the spiritual wound of the Shadow Isles reopen each year, bleeding its corruption into the world of the living. The timing is not random but tied to deeper cosmic rhythms, moments when the spiritual fabric of reality is naturally thin and vulnerable to supernatural influence. Perhaps most disturbing of all is the recognition that the Harrowing grows stronger with each passing year. Every soul it claims, every life it corrupts, adds to its power and reach. The black mist that once barely extended beyond the Shadow Isles now regularly reaches the shores of Bilgewater and beyond, and there are those who fear that it will eventually spread to every corner of Runeterra. In this way, Viego's original sin continues to metastasize, threatening to transform the entire world into a reflection of his own eternal suffering. The origin of the Harrowing thus serves as a cautionary tale about the danger of love that cannot accept loss, of grief that refuses comfort, of power that will not acknowledge limits. It reminds us that even the most beautiful emotions can become corrupted when they are allowed to consume us entirely. The black mist that terrorizes Bilgewater each year is not just a supernatural phenomenon, but a manifestation of what happens when we choose obsession over acceptance, when we would rather destroy everything than let go of what we have lost. As we sit in the warmth of our safe haven tonight, surrounded by the gentle sounds of the living world, we might reflect on the different ways that people respond to loss. Some, like the guardians of the Blessed Isles, find ways to honor what has been lost while still embracing what remains. Others, like the ruined king, become so consumed by their grief that they lose sight of everything else, including the very thing they claim to be fighting for. What do you think transforms healthy grief into the kind of destructive obsession that gave birth to the Harrowing? How do we honor those we have lost without allowing their absence to consume our ability to live fully in the present? Chapter 3. Bilgewater's Preparations. When death comes calling with the tide, the wise prepare not just their weapons but their souls. In the salt-stained streets of Bilgewater, where every sunrise might be your last, and every sunset could herald supernatural horror, the annual preparations for the Harrowing have become as much a part of life as the rise and fall of the ocean itself. Tonight, let us walk together through those narrow, winding alleys where pirates and merchants, cutthroats and honest folk all share the same grim understanding. When the black mist rises, survival depends not on individual strength, but on collective wisdom passed down through generations of terror and endurance. The first signs that Bilgewater is preparing for the Harrowing can be seen in the subtle changes that begin to appear in the city's markets weeks before the expected arrival of the mist. Stalls that normally overflow with exotic silks from distant lands and chests of plundered gold slowly transform into something resembling a wartime supply depot. Vendors who spent the year hawking stolen jewelry and rare spices suddenly find their tables laden with salt, iron, and blessed trinkets. Ansab, many of whom are themselves former pirates who learned their trade through bitter experience, understand that in the face of the supernatural, traditional treasures become worthless, while simple protective materials become more precious than any crown jewel. The salt trade, in particular, takes on an almost sacred significance during these preparatory weeks. Not just any salt will suffice for protection against the black mist. It must be sea salt, harvested from the waters around Bilgewater itself, and blessed by the priestesses of Nagakaboros, the great kraken goddess who watches over the city's spiritual well-being. These priestesses, with their intricate tattoos that seem to writhe and shift in the lamplight, can be seen moving through the markets like benevolent sharks, their hands glowing with aquamarine energy as they consecrate bag after bag of the precious crystalline protection. The ritual of salt blessing is itself a sight to behold, one that speaks to the deep spiritual traditions that lurk beneath Bilgewater's rough exterior. The priestesses gather at the water's edge as the tide reaches its highest point, their voices joining in harmonious chants that seem to make the very air itself vibrate with protective power. They cast handfuls of raw salt into the churning waves, calling upon Nagakaboros to imbue each grain with the goddess's own resistance to stagnation and corruption. The salt that washes back onto the shore carries with it not just the blessing of the sea goddess, but the accumulated strength of every tide that has ever crashed against Bilgewater's rocky foundations. Iron, too, undergoes its own transformation during the preparation period. The city's smiths, normally occupied with crafting cutlasses and ship fittings, turn their attention to creating protective barriers and blessed weapons. But not just any iron will serve against the supernatural. It must be cold-forged, shaped without the use of traditional fire that might contaminate its spiritual purity. These cold-forged smiths, often working by moonlight to avoid the corrupting influence of daylight flames, hammer out intricate patterns of iron bars, chains, and protective charms. The rhythmic pounding of their hammers creates a kind of protective percussion that echoes through the night air, as if the very sound itself is weaving a web of defense around the city. The architectural preparations that transform Bilgewater during these weeks reveal the deep understanding that its residents have developed about the nature of supernatural threats. Windows throughout the city are fitted with iron bars arranged in specific geometric patterns that have been tested through generations of harrowings. These are not random designs but carefully calculated configurations that create spiritual barriers more effective than any physical wall. The patterns often incorporate symbols sacred to Nagakaboros, spirals and tentacle-like curves that seem to pulse with their own internal rhythm. Doorways receive special attention during the preparation period, with raised thresholds being installed or reinforced throughout the city. These barriers force any entity, living or undead, to make a deliberate choice to cross them, giving residents precious seconds to identify whether their visitor belongs to the world of the living or something else entirely. The thresholds are often inscribed with protective runes and embedded with iron shavings, creating both physical and spiritual obstacles that spirits find difficult to overcome. The wealthiest establishments in Bilgewater invest in elaborate wardstones during the preparation period, massive carved monoliths that serve as focal points for protective energy. These stones, often made from rare materials, salvaged from shipwrecks or purchased at enormous cost from traveling mystics, are carved with intricate designs that tell the story of Bilgewater's survival. Each wardstone is unique, reflecting the particular fears and experiences of its owner, but all share certain common elements: spirals that represent the eternal flow of the tides, tentacles that invoke Nagakaboros's protection, and geometric patterns that create spiritual mazes designed to confuse and trap malevolent entities. The social dynamics of Bilgewater undergo a remarkable transformation during the preparation period. Rivalries that simmer year-round are temporarily set aside as former enemies recognize the necessity of cooperation in the face of supernatural threat. Captain Gangplank's crew might spend months feuding with Misfortune's followers over territory and treasure, but when the Harrowing approaches, they can be seen working together to reinforce the harbor's defenses and coordinate evacuation routes for civilian populations. This temporary unity extends beyond the major power players to encompass the entire social fabric of the city. Tavern keepers who normally compete fiercely for customers begin sharing information about protective rituals and safe rooms. Merchants who jealously guard their trade secrets freely exchange knowledge about where to find the best blessed salt or the finest cold-forged iron. Even the city's notorious pickpockets and cutthroats find themselves contributing to the collective effort, using their knowledge of hidden passages and secret routes to help create evacuation plans for the most vulnerable residents. The preparation of safe rooms represents one of the most crucial and intimate aspects of Bilgewater's defense strategy. These are not merely hiding places, but carefully constructed spiritual sanctuaries designed to provide protection against supernatural incursion. Each safe room follows a specific blueprint that has been refined through years of trial and error, with walls lined with blessed salt, iron mesh embedded in the structure itself, and wardstones placed at carefully calculated intervals. The rooms are stocked not just with food and water, but with blessed candles that burn with flames that spirits cannot extinguish, mirrors made from specially treated glass that can reveal the true nature of supernatural entities, and weapons forged specifically for use against the undead. The construction of these safe rooms often becomes a community effort, with neighbors pooling resources and labor to create shared sanctuaries that can protect multiple families. The process involves not just physical construction but spiritual preparation as well. Each room must be blessed by the priestesses of Nagakaboros, their walls inscribed with protective prayers, and their foundations anchored with ritual offerings to the sea goddess. The completion of a safe room is often marked by a solemn ceremony, where all who will shelter within it swear oaths of mutual protection and support. Children in Bilgewater receive special education during the preparation period, learning not just the practical aspects of survival, but the spiritual disciplines that might save their lives. They memorize protective chants that can help shield their minds from supernatural influence, practice meditation techniques that allow them to remain calm in the face of terror, and learn to recognize the subtle signs that distinguish living beings from their corrupted counterparts. These lessons are taught not in formal schools, but in the streets and taverns, passed down through stories and songs that embed crucial survival information in memorable lyrical forms. The elderly residents of Bilgewater play a particularly important role during the preparation period, serving as living repositories of knowledge about previous harrowings. They gather in small groups to share stories about effective defensive strategies, warnings about mistakes that proved fatal in past encounters, and detailed descriptions of the various types of supernatural entities that emerge from the black mist. These storytelling sessions serve multiple purposes. They preserve crucial survival information, they help prepare younger residents for what they might face, and they provide emotional support for those struggling with the psychological burden of anticipating supernatural horror. The docks themselves undergo a dramatic transformation during the preparation period. Vessels are arranged in specific formations designed to create channels that can direct the flow of the black mist away from populated areas, while simultaneously providing evacuation routes for those who choose to flee rather than shelter in place. The ship's crews practice complex maneuvers that allow them to quickly reconfigure their formations based on the particular characteristics of each year's harrowing, responding to changes in wind direction, tide patterns, and the supernatural phenomena that accompany the mist's arrival. Weapons preparation during this period goes far beyond simply sharpening swords and loading cannons. The supernatural nature of the harrowing's threats requires specialized armaments that can affect entities existing partially outside the physical realm. Silver weapons, blessed by the priestesses and inscribed with protective runes, are carefully maintained and distributed to those with the training to use them effectively. Crossbow bolts are crafted from blessed wood and tipped with cold-forged iron, while cannons are loaded with special ammunition that incorporates salt, iron shavings, and blessed materials designed to disrupt spiritual cohesion. The psychological preparation for the harrowing represents perhaps the most crucial and challenging aspect of Bilgewater's defensive strategy. Residents engage in mental exercises designed to strengthen their willpower against supernatural influence, practice meditation techniques that can help them maintain their sanity in the face of horror, and participate in group rituals that reinforce their connections to the living world and their commitment to survival. These practices often involve storytelling sessions where people share their deepest fears and anxieties, not to succumb to them but to rob them of their power through acknowledgement and communal support. Religious observances take on special significance during the preparation period as the residents of Bilgewater seek to strengthen their spiritual defenses through devotion to Nagaporos and other protective deities. The great Kraken goddess is honored through elaborate ceremonies that involve entire sections of the city, with participants forming human chains that stretch from the highest towers to the water's edge, their voices joining in haunting harmonies that seem to make the very stones of the city vibrate with protective power. The final days before the expected arrival of the harrowing are marked by a profound shift in the city's atmosphere. The frantic activity of preparation gives way to a kind of solemn readiness as residents complete their final tasks and settle into the waiting that precedes every great trial. Families gather in their safe rooms, crews take their positions on reinforced ships, and the priestesses begin the vigil that will continue throughout the supernatural siege. The city that has spent weeks in fevered preparation now holds its breath, ready to face once again the annual test of its will to survive. In these preparations, we see reflected not just the practical wisdom born of necessity, but something deeper, a communal understanding that survival in the face of overwhelming supernatural threat requires more than individual courage or strength. It demands the kind of cooperation and mutual support that transforms a collection of cutthroats and pirates into something approaching a genuine community. The harrowing, for all its terror, serves as an annual reminder that some challenges can only be faced together. As we consider the elaborate preparations that transform Bilgewater each year before the Harrowing, we might reflect on the different ways that communities respond to existential threats. Some retreat into isolation and competition, hoping to save themselves at the expense of others. But Bilgewater has learned, through bitter experience, that supernatural horror cannot be defeated through selfishness or abandoned through individual escape. It requires the kind of collective effort that temporarily transforms enemies into allies and strangers into family. What does it mean, do you think, to prepare not just your weapons and defenses, but your very soul for a battle that cannot be won through force alone? How do communities find the wisdom to set aside their differences when facing a threat that endangers everyone equally? Chapter 4. The First Harrowing. There are moments in history when the world shifts on its axis, when the familiar patterns of existence are shattered and replaced by something so fundamentally different that those who witness it struggle to comprehend what they have seen. The First Harrowing was such a moment, a supernatural catastrophe that transformed the very nature of death and life across the oceans of Runeterra. Tonight, as we delve deeper into this chronicle of sorrow and survival, let us journey back to that terrible first manifestation, when the corruption of the Shadow Isles reached out like grasping fingers to touch the world of the living for the very first time. Picture, if you will, the seas around what were once called the Blessed Isles in the immediate aftermath of the ruination, where once crystalline waters had reflected sunlight like scattered diamonds. Now a perpetual twilight hung over the ocean, as if the very light itself recoiled from what had taken place. The water itself had taken on an oily, unnatural quality, its surface occasionally disturbed by movements that could not be attributed to any living creature. Ships that had been anchored safely in the harbor when Viego's army arrived were found empty, their crews vanished without trace, their holds filled with a gray mist that seemed to whisper with voices that no living throat could produce. The transformation of the Blessed Isles into the Shadow Isles was not an instantaneous event, but a gradual corruption that spread outward like ripples from a stone cast into still water. For days after the initial ruination, the supernatural energies that had been unleashed continued to build and intensify, seeking outlets for their malevolent power. The sacred groves that had once provided peaceful rest for weary souls became twisted labyrinths, where time itself seemed to flow backward, trapping spirits in endless loops of their final moments. The golden beaches where pilgrims had once found solace were transformed into stretches of black sand that burned the feet of any living being who dared to walk upon them. But it was the sea itself that became the primary conduit for the spreading corruption. The waters that surrounded the newly formed Shadow Isles began to carry within them something far more dangerous than any physical poison. They carried the very essence of the ruination, the spiritual contamination that had transformed paradise into perdition. Ships that sailed too close to the cursed realm found their crews succumbing to a strange malady that affected not their bodies but their souls, filling them with an overwhelming despair that made death seem preferable to continued existence. The first recorded encounter with what would later be known as the Harrowing occurred 3 months after the ruination, when a Bilgewater trading vessel called the Serpent's Promise attempted to investigate the strange reports coming from the direction of the former Blessed Isles. Captain Drakmore, a veteran sailor who had navigated these waters for over 30 years, believed that the tales of supernatural horror were merely exaggerated accounts of some natural disaster, perhaps a volcanic eruption or unusual storm system that had temporarily disrupted the normal patterns of wind and current. The Serpent's Promise never returned to port, but pieces of its story were eventually reconstructed from the fragments of its log that washed ashore weeks later, written in increasingly erratic handwriting that suggested the crew's gradual descent into madness and despair. The early entries described normal sailing conditions and routine observations about weather and navigation. But as the ship drew closer to the Shadow Isles, the tone of the log entries began to change, becoming filled with descriptions of phenomena that defied rational explanation. Captain Drakmore wrote of fog that moved against the wind, of waters that reflected not the sky above, but some other, darker realm. He described how his crew began to report dreams of drowning even when they were wide awake, of voices calling to them from beneath the waves in languages they had never heard, but somehow understood. The ship's compass began to spin wildly, not pointing toward magnetic north, but seeming to track some other supernatural direction that pulled the vessel inexorably toward the heart of the cursed realm. The final entries in the log, written in a hand so shaky as to be barely legible, described the arrival of the mist itself. According to Drakmore's increasingly frantic words, it appeared on the horizon as a wall of gray vapor that stretched from the ocean's surface to the very clouds themselves. But this was no ordinary fog. It moved with purpose and intelligence, flowing across the water's surface like a living thing with its own malevolent will. As it approached the serpent's promise, the crew reported hearing sounds within its depths, weeping, laughter, screams of rage and despair, all blending together into a cacophony of supernatural anguish. When the mist finally engulfed the ship, the log entries became almost incoherent, filled with desperate pleas for help and confused descriptions of figures moving within the gray vapor, forms that resembled the crew members themselves, but twisted into something recognizably wrong. The captain wrote of his first mate approaching him with a familiar smile, only to realize that the man's eyes held no warmth, no recognition, no spark of the life that had once animated his friend. These were not the crew members he had sailed with for years, but something wearing their faces like masks, speaking with their voices but serving some alien purpose. The final entry in the log consisted of only a few words, scrawled across the page in what appeared to be a mixture of ink and something darker. The dead do not rest. They hunger. They call. We answer. Below this, in different handwriting that matched none of the previous entries, someone had added, "The first children of the mist are born. They will return home with the tide." The fragments of the serpent's promise that eventually washed up on Bilgewater's shores told their own story of supernatural horror. The wood itself had been transformed, its natural grain twisted into patterns that hurt to look at directly. Metal fittings that should have rusted from salt water exposure instead gleamed with an unnatural luster, as if they had been polished by hands that no longer belonged to the living. Most disturbing of all were the personal effects found among the wreckage. Lockets containing portraits that showed faces that shifted and changed when viewed from different angles, letters written in scripts that seemed to rearrange themselves while being read, and weapons whose metal had been somehow infused with a cold that no fire could warm. Word of the serpent's promise's fate spread quickly through Bilgewater's tight-knit maritime community, but it was initially dismissed as the kind of tall tale that sailors were known to tell after too many nights in port taverns. The evidence was dismissed as clever hoaxes, or the result of unusual but explainable natural phenomena. It was not until the first anniversary of the ruination that the true scope of the supernatural threat became undeniably clear. On that night, exactly 1 year after Viego's desperate act had transformed the Blessed Isles into the Shadow Isles, the black mist rose from the corrupted waters with a purpose and intensity that dwarfed its previous manifestations. Witnesses described it as a tide of supernatural malevolence that stretched across the horizon, carrying within its depths not just the spirits of those who had perished in the original ruination, but every soul that had been claimed by the spreading corruption in the months that followed. The first true harrowing struck Bilgewater like a supernatural tsunami, overwhelming the city's defenses and transforming the familiar sights and sounds of the port into a nightmarish landscape of terror and despair. The mist flowed through the streets like water, but water that carried within it the voices of the dead and the forms of creatures that existed in the spaces between life and death. Buildings that had stood for centuries were suddenly filled with the echoes of conversations that had taken place decades earlier, while taverns that had hosted countless celebrations became stages for the reenactment of ancient tragedies. The residents of Bilgewater, unprepared for this supernatural assault, responded in ways that revealed both the best and worst of human nature under extreme duress. Some fled in panic, abandoning friends and family in their desperate attempt to escape the encroaching horror. Others stood their ground with weapons drawn, attempting to fight enemies that could not be wounded by conventional means. But a few, guided by instincts they could not fully understand, began to discover the methods that would eventually form the basis of Bilgewater's defensive strategies against future harrowings. It was during this first harrowing that the protective properties of salt were discovered, when a priestess of Nagakaboros named Tika found that the blessed salt from her temple's stores could create barriers that the supernatural entities seemed unable or unwilling to cross. Her observations were initially dismissed as coincidence, but as more people began to experiment with salt barriers, patterns emerged that could not be ignored. Iron, too, proved to have protective properties, particularly when it had been forged without the use of traditional fire, as if the absence of flame preserved some essential quality that spirits found repellent. The first harrowing lasted for 3 days and 3 nights, though those who lived through it reported that time itself seemed to function differently, while the black mist held dominion over the city. Minutes stretched into hours, while hours compressed into heartbeats, creating a sense of temporal displacement that left survivors struggling to reconstruct the chronology of events. When the mist finally receded, drawn back toward the Shadow Isles by forces that no living person understood, it left behind a Bilgewater that had been fundamentally changed. The physical damage was extensive but repairable: broken windows, damaged buildings, ships torn from their moorings and scattered across the harbor like toys. But the psychological and spiritual wounds ran much deeper. Families had been torn apart, not just by death, but by the terrible knowledge that their loved ones might still exist somewhere within the black mist, transformed into something that bore their faces but served malevolent purposes. The city's spiritual landscape had been altered as well, with certain buildings and locations becoming permanent anchor points for supernatural activity, places where the barrier between the world of the living and the realm of the dead remained permanently thin. Perhaps most significantly, the first harrowing established the cyclical nature of the supernatural threat. The mist's retreat was not a permanent victory, but a temporary reprieve, a gathering of strength before the next assault. The survivors who had lived through those 3 terrible days found themselves marked in ways they could not fully understand, their dreams haunted by visions of gray mist and twisted faces, their waking hours filled with an anticipation that was equal parts dread and preparation. The immediate aftermath of the first harrowing saw Bilgewater transform from a loose collection of pirates and merchants into something approaching a genuine community, bound together by shared trauma and the understanding that survival would require cooperation. The lessons learned during those 3 days, about salt and iron, about the importance of spiritual as well as physical defenses, about the need to distinguish between the living and the dead, became the foundation of traditions that would be passed down through generations. Religious practices in Bilgewater were profoundly altered by the first harrowing, as the city's spiritual leaders grappled with the implications of death becoming something other than a final end. The priestesses of Nagakaboros found their role expanding beyond traditional healing and guidance to include active defense against supernatural threats. New rituals were developed, new prayers were composed, and new understanding was reached about the relationship between the living world and whatever lay beyond it. The first harrowing also marked the beginning of Bilgewater's unique relationship with death itself. In most parts of Runeterra, death remained the ultimate boundary, the final transition from one state of being to another. But in Bilgewater, the annual return of the Black Mist meant that death became something more fluid, more negotiable, and infinitely more complex. The city's residents learned to live with the knowledge that their deceased friends and family members might return, but not as the people they had once been. As we reflect on this first manifestation of supernatural horror, we see the birth of a new kind of courage, not the simple bravery required to face physical danger, but the more complex fortitude needed to confront the fundamental disruption of natural order. The people of Bilgewater learned to live with uncertainty about the very nature of existence, to find hope in the face of despair, and to maintain their humanity even when surrounded by entities that had lost theirs. The first harrowing teaches us that some changes, once begun, cannot be undone. The corruption that spread from the Shadow Isles that night established patterns that continue to this day, creating challenges that each generation must face anew. But it also demonstrated the remarkable capacity of human communities to adapt, to learn, and to find strength in solidarity when confronted with threats that no individual could possibly overcome alone. What do you think it means to face a threat that challenges not just your life, but your understanding of what life and death themselves represent? How do communities maintain hope and purpose when the very foundations of existence have been called into question? Chapter 5. Spectral Manifestations. In the realm where life and death blur into something altogether more terrifying than either, the black mist serves as both gateway and nursery for entities that defy every natural law. Tonight, as shadows deepen around our comfortable sanctuary, let us venture into the most disturbing aspect of the Harrowing, the twisted forms that emerge from that supernatural fog, creatures that were once human but have become something far removed from mortality's gentle boundaries. For within the mist dwell not merely the dead, but the dead transformed, their very essence corrupted by the same malevolent force that turned paradise into perdition. The most numerous and perhaps most tragic of the Harrowing's manifestations are the wraiths of memory, spirits who retain enough of their former selves to be recognizable but have been so fundamentally altered that they serve only to mock what they once were. These entities appear as translucent echoes of their living forms, but their features are subtly wrong in ways that create an instinctive revulsion in those who behold them. A mother's gentle smile becomes predatory. A child's innocent laughter carries undertones of malice, and a lover's tender gaze burns with an hunger that has nothing to do with affection and everything to do with consumption. The wraiths of memory are particularly cruel because they exploit the natural human tendency to recognize and trust familiar faces. They speak with voices that loved ones remember, using phrases and mannerisms that seem authentic, but their words carry subtle poison designed to weaken the will of the living. A wraith might appear as a departed father, speaking words of comfort and guidance, only to gradually shift the conversation toward themes of guilt, regret, and the futility of continued existence. They feed not on flesh but on hope itself, growing stronger as their victims sink deeper into despair. Those who have survived encounters with wraiths of memory describe the terrible moment when recognition gives way to horrified understanding. The spirit might maintain its loving facade for minutes or even hours, engaging in conversations that seem to offer comfort and closure. But inevitably, the mask slips, revealing the hollow malevolence that animates these mockeries of the beloved dead. The realization that the person you have been speaking with is not truly your lost loved one, but something wearing their face like a costume, represents a form of grief that compounds the original loss with betrayal and violation. More immediately dangerous are the entities known as mistwalkers, spirits that have been so thoroughly corrupted by their time within the black mist that they retain no trace of their original humanity. These creatures appear as humanoid figures composed entirely of roiling gray vapor, their forms constantly shifting and reforming as they move through the physical world. They possess a terrible hunger for life force that drives them to hunt the living with single-minded determination, passing through solid walls and barriers as if they were mere suggestions rather than obstacles. Mistwalkers hunt not individually but in packs, coordinating their attacks with an intelligence that suggests some form of collective consciousness linking them together. They seem to share sensory information, so that what one sees or hears becomes known to all others in the immediate area. This makes them particularly effective at tracking fleeing victims, as escape routes that might fool individual predators become useless against entities that can approach from multiple directions simultaneously, while sharing perfect knowledge of their prey's location and condition. The touch of a mistwalker is said to be colder than the deepest ocean depths, but the chill they impart goes beyond mere physical sensation. Survivors describe a cold that seems to emanate from within their own bodies, as if their life force itself has been partially drained away. Multiple touches from these entities can leave victims in a state of spiritual hypothermia, where their connection to the living world becomes so tenuous that they begin to fade away even while their physical bodies remain intact. Among the most feared manifestations of the Harrowing are the tide phantoms, spectral entities that appear specifically in and around water. These beings seem to be the spirits of those who died by drowning, but their forms have been twisted by the black mist into something far more predatory than any natural ghost. They manifest as figures composed of dark water that moves independently of any current or tide, their faces occasionally surfacing within the liquid medium like terrible masks floating just beneath the surface. Tide phantoms possess the ability to manipulate water itself, turning the life-giving element into a weapon against the living. They can cause wells to overflow with brackish, undrinkable fluid, make rain fall upward, and transform peaceful harbors into churning maelstroms that seem to reach out with grasping tendrils toward anyone who approaches too closely. Ships that encounter tide phantoms often find their hulls penetrated, not by physical damage, but by supernatural water that seeps through solid wood, as if it were porous, flooding compartments that should be watertight, and drowning sailors in the midst of what should be safety. The most disturbing aspect of tide phantoms is their apparent ability to create false memories of drowning in those they encounter. Victims report vivid recollections of sinking beneath dark waters, of struggling for breath that will not come, of the terrible moment when the body's need for air overcomes conscious and forces the lungs to draw in water instead of life-sustaining oxygen. These memories feel completely authentic to those who experience them, creating trauma responses that can last long after the harrowing has ended and the phantoms have retreated back into the mist. Perhaps the most alien of the Harrowing's manifestations are the void echoes, entities that seem to exist partially outside normal reality. These beings appear as areas of absolute darkness that move with purpose and intelligence, their presence marked not by what can be seen, but by what suddenly cannot be seen. They create zones of sensory deprivation that extend beyond mere visual darkness to encompass all forms of perception, leaving those caught within their influence unable to see, hear, smell, or feel anything except a crushing sense of absolute isolation. Void echoes seem to feed on the concept of connection itself, severing the bonds that link individuals to their community, their memories, and even their sense of self. Victims who survive encounters with these entities often report periods of complete amnesia, not just of the encounter itself, but of fundamental aspects of their identity. They may forget their own names, lose recognition of family members, or find themselves unable to remember skills and knowledge that they spent years acquiring. The damage appears to be cumulative, with each exposure to void echoes resulting in further erosion of personal identity. The Bone Sailors represent another category of harrowing manifestation, spirits that appear specifically aboard ships or in maritime settings. These entities take the form of skeletal figures dressed in the rotting remnants of naval uniforms, their bone-white frames animated by the same supernatural force that powers all manifestations of the Black Mist. Unlike other spectral entities, Bone Sailors retain enough of their original maritime knowledge to operate ships and navigate treacherous waters, making them capable of pursuing fleeing vessels with deadly efficiency. What makes Bone Sailors particularly dangerous is their ability to commandeer abandoned or damaged vessels, transforming ordinary ships into supernatural threats. A merchant vessel that encounters the Black Mist might suddenly find itself pursued by what appears to be another ship, only to realize that the pursuing vessel's crew consists entirely of animated skeletons working with inhuman coordination to catch and board their target. These skeletal crews can perform complex sailing maneuvers without fatigue or fear, making them relentless pursuers in naval encounters. Bone Sailors also possess the disturbing ability to recognize and exploit the sailing knowledge of their victims. When they successfully board a vessel, they seem to absorb the maritime experience of the living crew, adding their skills and knowledge to their own supernatural capabilities. This means that each successful encounter makes them more formidable, as they accumulate centuries of combined sailing experience from all the sailors they have claimed over the years. Among the most psychologically devastating of the Harrowing's manifestations are the dream thieves, entities that attack their victims not in the physical world, but within the realm of sleep and unconscious thought. These beings appear only to those who are sleeping or in states of altered consciousness, manifesting within dreams as familiar figures who gradually corrupt the dreamer's subconscious landscape. They feed on hope, ambition, and positive memories, leaving their victims with minds filled only with despair, failure, and traumatic recollections. Dream thieves operate by infiltrating the natural dream cycle and subtly altering the content of their victims' unconscious experiences. A pleasant dream about a successful voyage might be gradually transformed into a nightmare about shipwreck and drowning. Happy memories of family gatherings become scenes of conflict and abandonment. Most insidiously, they can alter a person's dreams about their future, replacing aspirations and goals with visions of inevitable failure and meaninglessness. The effects of dream thief attacks persist long after the harrowing has ended, as victims find themselves unable to experience restful sleep or positive dreams. They wake each morning feeling more exhausted than when they went to bed, their minds filled with residual dread from corrupted dreams they can only partially remember. Over time, this constant exposure to negative dream imagery can fundamentally alter a person's psychological state, turning optimists into pessimists and transforming the naturally hopeful into individuals consumed by despair. The sorrow singers represent perhaps the most hauntingly beautiful of the Harrowing's manifestations, entities that appear as ethereally lovely figures whose voices carry supernatural power. These beings seem to be the spirits of those who died in states of profound sadness or unrequited love, their forms retaining enough beauty to attract the attention of the living, while their songs carry the corrupting influence of the black mist. They typically manifest in places where music was once enjoyed, taverns, concert halls, or the decks of ships where sailors would sing to pass the time during long voyages. The songs of the sorrow singers are said to be impossibly beautiful, carrying melodies that seem to speak directly to the listener's soul and lyrics that address their deepest emotional needs. Those who hear these supernatural performances often report feeling an overwhelming sense of understanding and acceptance, as if all their life's pain and disappointment has finally been acknowledged and validated. But this emotional relief comes at a terrible price, as the songs gradually drain away the listener's capacity for joy, leaving them able to experience only sadness and longing. Victims of sorrow singer encounters find themselves compulsively seeking out sources of melancholy, abandoning activities and relationships that once brought them happiness in favor of experiences that reinforce their growing despair. They become addicted to sadness itself, finding a perverse comfort in emotional states that healthy individuals would naturally seek to escape. This transformation often proves irreversible, as the victim's entire emotional landscape has been fundamentally rewritten by exposure to supernatural sorrow. The Shadow Weavers represent the most subtle and perhaps most dangerous of the Harrowing's manifestations, entities that work not through direct confrontation, but through gradual manipulation of their victim's environment and perceptions. These beings appear as patches of darkness that seem slightly deeper than ordinary shadows, moving independently of any light source and displaying an intelligence that ordinary shadows could never possess. They infiltrate homes, ships, and gathering places during the harrowing, subtly altering the physical environment in ways designed to promote fear, distrust, and isolation among the living. Shadow Weavers can make familiar spaces feel foreign and threatening, rearranging furniture when no one is looking, causing doors to creak at suspicious moments, and creating cold spots that suggest supernatural presence. More insidiously, they can manipulate lighting conditions to create visual illusions that make friends appear as enemies or cause optical tricks that suggest the presence of intruders where none exist. Their goal seems to be the breakdown of social cohesion, turning communities against themselves through paranoia and mistrust. The most disturbing aspect of Shadow Weaver activity is its cumulative effect on group dynamics. As trust breaks down and suspicion grows, communities that should be working together for mutual protection instead fragment into competing factions, each convinced that the others pose a threat. This internal conflict serves the broader purposes of the Harrowing by weakening organized resistance and creating opportunities for more direct supernatural predation. The study of these various spectral manifestations reveals the underlying intelligence that guides the Harrowing's assault on the living world. Each type of entity seems designed to exploit specific human vulnerabilities: our need for emotional connection, our reliance on familiar environments, our dependence on rest and dreams, our trust in community bonds. Together, they represent a comprehensive attack not just on individual survival, but on the very foundations of human society and psychological well-being. Understanding these manifestations has become crucial to Bilgewater's survival strategies, as different types of supernatural entities require different defensive approaches. Salt barriers that might stop wraiths of memory prove useless against dream thieves, while iron weapons effective against mistwalkers cannot touch void echoes. The city's defenders have learned to identify the specific types of threats they face and adapt their tactics accordingly, but this requires a level of supernatural knowledge that few communities possess. As we contemplate these twisted forms that emerge from the black mist, we are reminded that the true horror of the Harrowing lies not in simple death, but in the corruption of everything that makes existence meaningful. These entities represent not just the end of life, but the perversion of love, memory, dreams, and hope, all the intangible qualities that give human existence its purpose and beauty. What does it mean, do you think, when the very concept of death becomes something to be feared not for its finality, but for its refusal to provide the peace and resolution that mortality should offer? How do we maintain our humanity when faced with entities that represent the corruption of everything we hold dear about the human experience? Chapter 6. Misfortunes Stand. There are leaders who rise to power through birthright, others who claim it through force of arms, and still others who earn it through the respect of their peers. But Sarah Fortune, the woman known throughout the Serpent Isles as Misfortune, achieved her position through something far more challenging. She proved herself worthy of leadership when death itself came calling. Tonight, let us explore how this remarkable woman transformed from a revenge-seeking bounty hunter into the steadfast guardian who stands between Bilgewater and the supernatural horrors of the Harrowing, her twin pistols blazing against enemies that cannot be killed by conventional means. To understand Misfortune's role in defending Bilgewater against the Harrowing, we must first appreciate the unique position she occupies within the city's complex power structure. Unlike traditional monarchs or elected officials, her authority stems not from formal appointment, but from demonstrated competence in the face of existential threats. When the black mist rises and ordinary social hierarchies become meaningless, the people of Bilgewater look to those who have proven their ability to make the hard decisions that survival requires. Sarah Fortune has earned that trust through blood, sacrifice, and an unwavering commitment to protecting those who cannot protect themselves. Misfortune's first encounter with the Harrowing came during her early years as a bounty hunter, when she was still driven primarily by her quest for revenge against the pirate who had murdered her mother. She was aboard a merchant vessel that became caught in the black mist during what should have been a routine pursuit of a wanted criminal. The experience transformed her understanding of what true leadership meant, as she watched the ship's captain succumb to despair and abandonment of his crew, while she found herself naturally stepping into the role of protector and strategist. During that first encounter, Sarah discovered that her natural instincts for reading people and predicting their behavior translated remarkably well to understanding the patterns of supernatural threats. The same skills that made her an effective bounty hunter, the ability to think several steps ahead of her targets, to anticipate their moves and counter them effectively, served her well when facing entities that operated according to alien but nonetheless predictable logic. She learned to recognize the subtle signs that preceded different types of spectral manifestations, to identify the environmental conditions that made certain areas more vulnerable to supernatural incursion. What truly set Misfortune apart during that first harrowing encounter was her refusal to abandon hope even when faced with seemingly insurmountable supernatural odds. while others around her succumbed to the despair that the black mist seemed designed to induce. She maintained her focus on practical solutions and immediate goals. She organized the surviving crew members into effective defensive positions, coordinated the distribution of protective materials, and most importantly, kept everyone focused on the concrete steps they could take to improve their chances of survival, rather than allowing them to become paralyzed by the magnitude of the threat they faced. The reputation that Sarah began to build during that encounter grew with each subsequent harrowing, as word spread throughout Bilgewater's maritime community about the red-haired woman who could somehow maintain her composure and effectiveness even when surrounded by supernatural horror. Ship captains began seeking her out, specifically to join their crews during the dangerous weeks when the black mist was expected, willing to pay premium rates for the security that her presence provided. This demand for her services gave her unique insights into the harrowing's patterns and manifestations, as she experienced the supernatural siege from multiple perspectives and locations. Miss Fortune's approach to defending against the harrowing differs significantly from traditional military strategies in that it emphasizes flexibility, adaptation, and psychological resilience over rigid defensive positions and overwhelming force. She understands that supernatural threats cannot be defeated through conventional warfare, but must instead be endured, diverted, and outlasted through superior preparation and unbreakable morale. Her defensive strategies focus on creating multiple fallback positions, maintaining communication between isolated groups, and ensuring that every defender understands their role in the larger protective network. One of Miss Fortune's most innovative contributions to Bilgewater's defensive capabilities has been her development of specialized ammunition designed specifically for use against supernatural entities. Working with the city's most skilled gunsmiths and alchemists, she has created bullets infused with blessed salt, cold forged iron filings, and other materials that have proven effective against spectral manifestations. These rounds, while more expensive and difficult to manufacture than conventional ammunition, can disrupt the cohesion of supernatural entities in ways that ordinary weapons cannot, giving defenders a fighting chance against enemies that would otherwise be completely immune to physical attack. The logistics of defending Bilgewater during the harrowing require a level of coordination and resource management that few leaders possess the skills to handle effectively. Miss Fortune has proven herself exceptional in this regard, overseeing the stockpiling of protective materials, the training of civilian defenders, and the maintenance of the complex network of safe houses and evacuation routes that can mean the difference between survival and catastrophe. Her attention to detail extends to seemingly minor considerations, ensuring that protective salt supplies are properly stored to prevent contamination, verifying that cold-forged iron weapons are maintained without exposure to corrupting influences, coordinating the schedules of priestesses performing blessing rituals to maximize their effectiveness. Perhaps most importantly, Miss Fortune has revolutionized the psychological aspects of harrowing defense by establishing comprehensive training programs that prepare Bilgewater's residents not just for the physical challenges of supernatural siege, but for the mental and emotional trials that accompany it. She understands that the Black Mist's greatest weapon is despair itself, and she has developed techniques for maintaining hope and determination even in the darkest circumstances. These programs include group therapy sessions where participants share their fears and anxieties in controlled environments, meditation practices that strengthen mental resistance to supernatural influence, and team-building exercises that reinforce the bonds of trust and cooperation that become crucial during actual emergencies. The command structure that Miss Fortune has established for harrowing defense reflects her understanding that supernatural threats require different leadership approaches than conventional military operations. Rather than relying on rigid hierarchies and unquestioning obedience, her system emphasizes distributed decision-making and autonomous action by small groups that can adapt quickly to changing circumstances. Each defender is trained not just to follow orders, but to think independently and make tactical decisions based on their immediate situation, creating a defensive network that remains effective even when communication between units is disrupted by supernatural interference. Miss Fortune's personal leadership style during the Harrowing demonstrates a remarkable balance between strategic thinking and individual heroism. She can often be found in the most dangerous positions, leading by example and providing inspiration to defenders who might otherwise be overwhelmed by the supernatural horrors they face. Her twin pistols, modified with blessed components and loaded with her specialized ammunition, have become symbols of resistance against the black mist, their bright muzzle flashes serving as beacons of hope in the gray twilight that accompanies the Harrowing's arrival. The development of early warning systems represents another of Miss Fortune's significant contributions to Bilgewater's defensive capabilities. Working with the city's most experienced sailors and the priestesses of Megakoboros, she has established a network of observation posts and spiritual monitoring stations that can detect the approach of the black mist hours, or even days before it becomes visible to ordinary observers. These systems rely on a combination of natural phenomena, changes in wind patterns, animal behavior and ocean conditions, and supernatural indicators that require trained sensitivity to perceive. When the warning systems indicate an approaching harrowing, Miss Fortune personally oversees the implementation of the city's defensive protocols. She coordinates the evacuation of vulnerable populations to designated safe areas, supervises the final preparations of defensive positions, and ensures that all defenders understand their assignments and the specific threats they are likely to face. Her presence during these preparations provides a stabilizing influence that helps prevent the panic and confusion that could otherwise undermine even the best-laid defensive plans. During the actual supernatural siege, Miss Fortune's role evolves from strategic coordinator to tactical leader as she moves throughout the city's defensive network, providing reinforcement wherever it is most needed. Her ability to read the flow of supernatural battle and anticipate where the next crisis will develop has saved countless lives during harrowing encounters. She seems to possess an almost supernatural intuition for identifying the most dangerous threats and deploying her limited resources where they will have the greatest impact. The personal cost of her leadership during the harrowing cannot be understated. Each supernatural siege leaves Miss Fortune physically exhausted and emotionally drained, having spent days or weeks maintaining the kind of high-intensity focus and decision-making that ordinary individuals could sustain for only brief periods. The psychological burden of making life-and-death decisions for thousands of people, knowing that any mistake could result in catastrophic casualties, weighs heavily on her even during the periods between harrowings. Miss Fortune's relationship with the supernatural entities that emerge from the black mist is complex and deeply personal. Unlike many defenders who view the spectral manifestations as simply another type of enemy to be fought, she recognizes them as the corrupted remnants of individuals who were once human beings, with their own hopes, fears, and relationships. This understanding does not make her hesitant to destroy them when necessary, but it adds a tragic dimension to her defensive actions that few others fully comprehend. The innovations that Miss Fortune has introduced to Bilgewater's defensive strategies continue to evolve with each harrowing as she learns from every encounter and incorporates new understanding into her preparations for future supernatural sieges. She maintains detailed records of each harrowing's characteristics, documenting the types of entities encountered, the effectiveness of different defensive measures, and the environmental conditions that seem to influence the supernatural manifestations. This systematic approach to understanding the harrowing has made Bilgewater's defenses increasingly effective over time. The training programs that Miss Fortune has established for new defenders reflect her understanding that fighting supernatural threats requires not just courage and skill, but a fundamental reorientation of one's relationship with mortality and meaning. New recruits must learn to function effectively while confronting entities that challenge their basic assumptions about the nature of life and death. They must develop the psychological resilience to witness horrors that defy rational explanation, while maintaining the clarity of thought necessary for tactical decision-making. Miss Fortune's leadership has also transformed the social dynamics of Bilgewater during the harrowing, creating a sense of shared purpose and mutual responsibility that transcends the city's usual factional conflicts. Under her guidance, former enemies work together toward common survival, while individuals who might normally compete for resources instead collaborate to ensure that everyone has access to the protective materials and safe shelter they need. This transformation is temporary, lasting only as long as the supernatural threat persists, but it demonstrates the potential for cooperation that exists even within Bilgewater's notoriously fractious community. The legacy of Miss Fortune's leadership during the Harrowing extends beyond the immediate tactical successes of her defensive strategies. She has fundamentally changed how Bilgewater thinks about community, leadership, and the relationship between individual ambition and collective survival. Her example has inspired a new generation of leaders who understand that true authority comes not from the ability to command others, but from the willingness to serve and protect them, even at great personal cost. As we reflect on Miss Fortune's stand against the supernatural horrors of the Harrowing, we see embodied in her leadership the kind of courage that goes beyond simple fearlessness in the face of danger. Her true bravery lies in her willingness to accept responsibility for others' welfare, to make decisions that might result in her own death, but could save the lives of those she has sworn to protect. In her twin pistols blazing against entities that mock the very concept of death, we see not just defiance but hope, the recognition that even in the darkest circumstances, human determination and cooperation can create islands of light in seas of supernatural darkness. What does it mean, do you think, to lead not through the exercise of power over others, but through the acceptance of responsibility for their welfare? How does one maintain hope and determination when the very nature of the threats faced seems designed to destroy both hope and the will to resist? Chapter 7. Gangplank's Return. In the annals of Bilgewater's blood-soaked history, few events have proven as transformative as the death and resurrection of the man known as Gangplank, the self-proclaimed pirate king, whose reign of terror was ended by Miss Fortune's carefully orchestrated revenge. Yet death, in a realm regularly visited by the Black Mist, does not always provide the finality that both enemies and allies might expect. Tonight, let us explore the dark miracle of Gangplank's return from the grave, a resurrection that was shaped not by divine intervention or arcane ritual, but by his encounter with the very supernatural forces that annually terrorize his former domain. The explosion that should have ended Gangplank's reign forever occurred during what seemed to be a routine display of his power and cruelty. Miss Fortune, patient architect of his downfall, had spent years maneuvering pieces into position for her moment of perfect revenge. The plan was executed with precision that would have made the most calculating assassin proud. Gangplank's own ship, the Dreadway, became his funeral pyre, as carefully placed explosives tore through its hull and superstructure, consuming the pirate king in flames that could be seen from every corner of Bilgewater's harbor. But death in Bilgewater, particularly for those whose lives have been intertwined with violence and supernatural forces, does not always follow the natural order that governs other parts of Runeterra. As Gangplank's burned and broken body sank beneath the dark waters of the harbor, it entered a realm where the boundary between life and death had been permanently weakened by years of exposure to the Black Mist. The spiritual corruption that seeped from the Shadow Isles had, over decades, transformed even the ocean floor around Bilgewater into something resembling a supernatural graveyard. In the depths of those corrupted waters, where ordinary corpses might rest in peaceful decay, Gangplank's remains encountered something far more complex and terrible. The residual energy from countless harrowings had accumulated in the deepest parts of the harbor, creating pockets of concentrated supernatural force that existed in constant tension with the natural order. It was within one of these pockets that the Pirate King's body came to rest, his flesh and bones becoming infused with the same dark energy that animated the spectral entities of the Black Mist. The process of Gangplank's resurrection was neither swift nor gentle. For weeks, his consciousness existed in a liminal state between life and death, experiencing fragments of awareness that came and went like waves upon a distant shore. He found himself witness to the underwater realm that few living beings ever see, a landscape of sunken ships and drowned sailors where the normal rules of existence held no sway. In this twilight realm, he encountered entities that had once been human but had been transformed by their exposure to supernatural forces into something that existed outside the natural cycle of life and death. During this period of suspended existence, Gangplank experienced visions that would later shape his understanding of both his own nature and the broader supernatural forces that influence Bilgewater's fate. He witnessed scenes from past harrowings, seeing through the perspectives of both the living and the dead as the black mist swept through the city's streets. He observed the intricate dance between the forces of corruption and resistance, understanding for the first time the cosmic significance of the annual supernatural siege that he had previously viewed as merely another obstacle to be overcome through force and cunning. Most significantly, Gangplank encountered the presence that many scholars believe to be a fragment of the ruined king himself, a portion of Viego's consciousness that had been separated from the main entity and now wandered the seas around Bilgewater like a malevolent ghost. This encounter was not a conversation in any conventional sense, but rather a sharing of experience and understanding that transcended normal communication. Through this contact, Gangplank gained insight into the nature of obsessive love, the price of refusing to accept loss, and the terrible hunger that drives those who exist between life and death. The actual moment of Gangplank's resurrection came during the next harrowing, when the rising black mist provided the additional supernatural energy needed to complete his transformation from corpse to something resembling life. But this was not a simple restoration to his previous state. The man who clawed his way out of the harbor's depths was fundamentally changed by his experience of death and resurrection. His body bore the scars of his destruction, but also displayed new capabilities that defied natural explanation. Burns that should have been fatal had healed into intricate patterns that seemed to pulse with their own internal light, while wounds that should have left him permanently disabled instead granted him enhanced strength and resilience. The psychological changes in Gangplank proved even more dramatic than the physical ones. Where once he had been driven by simple desires for power, wealth, and dominance, his resurrection left him with a more complex understanding of what it meant to exist at the boundary between life and death. He retained his memories of mortality, but also carried within him the perspective of one who had experienced the supernatural realm firsthand. This dual consciousness made him uniquely capable of understanding and combating the threats posed by the harrowing, even as it isolated him from normal human experience. Gangplank's return to Bilgewater was met with reactions ranging from terror to disbelief, as those who had witnessed his apparent death struggled to comprehend how he could possibly have survived such complete destruction. His former crew, scattered and demoralized by the loss of their leader, slowly began to reassemble as word of his resurrection spread through the city's underworld. But the man they followed now was not the same captain they had served before. His experience of death had given him insights into the supernatural threats that faced Bilgewater, insights that he began to incorporate into his approach to leadership and strategy. The relationship between Gangplank and Misfortune became infinitely more complex following his resurrection. Where once their conflict had been a simple matter of revenge and justice, it now encompassed questions about the nature of death, redemption, and the supernatural forces that shaped their shared homeland. Misfortune's carefully planned revenge had succeeded in killing Gangplank, but the supernatural nature of his resurrection meant that her victory was both complete and meaningless. She had achieved her goal of ending his life, but death itself had proven insufficient to remove him from the equation. Gangplank's new understanding of the harrowing's nature led him to develop strategies for dealing with supernatural threats that differed significantly from Misfortune's approaches, where she focused on protection and defense, emphasizing the preservation of life and the maintenance of hope. He embraced a more aggressive stance that involved actively hunting the entities that emerged from the black mist. His experience of existing between life and death had given him insights into the weaknesses and vulnerabilities of supernatural beings, knowledge that he used to develop hunting techniques that few other mortals could replicate. The weapons that Gangplank carried after his resurrection reflected his transformed nature and newfound understanding of supernatural warfare. His pistols were modified with components salvaged from the deepest parts of the harbor, materials that had been exposed to decades of supernatural influence and had developed properties that made them particularly effective against spectral entities. His cutlass, reforged from metal that had been bathed in the same corrupted waters that had claimed his life, could strike supernatural beings with the same effectiveness as it displayed against mortal opponents. Perhaps most significantly, Gangplank's resurrection had given him a form of immunity to many of the psychological effects that made the Harrowing so terrifying for ordinary individuals. Having experienced death firsthand, he was no longer susceptible to the despair and fear that the black mist used as weapons against the living. The wraiths of memory that tormented others with visions of lost loved ones found no purchase in a mind that had already confronted the ultimate loss, that of his own life. The sorrow singers, whose haunting melodies could drive listeners to madness, discovered that their songs held no power over someone who had already experienced the deepest possible sorrow. This supernatural resilience made Gangplank an invaluable asset during harrowing encounters, but it also further isolated him from normal human experience. His crew, while loyal, found themselves unable to fully relate to a captain who spoke casually of death and showed no fear of supernatural threats that terrified even the bravest sailors. The psychological distance created by his resurrection experience meant that Gangplank's leadership style became more remote and calculating, less dependent on personal charisma, and more focused on strategic effectiveness. The rivalry between Gangplank and Misfortune during harrowing encounters took on an almost ritualistic quality, as two of Bilgewater's most capable defenders found themselves competing not just for leadership of the city's defenses, but for the right to define how the supernatural threat should be addressed. Their different approaches, her emphasis on protection and preservation versus his focus on aggressive counteraction, created a dynamic tension that ultimately strengthened Bilgewater's overall defensive capabilities by ensuring that multiple strategies were employed simultaneously. Gangplank's resurrection also had profound implications for his understanding of loyalty, betrayal, and the bonds that connect individuals to their communities. Having experienced the ultimate betrayal, the orchestrated destruction of his own ship by someone he had trusted, and having returned from death itself, he developed a more nuanced appreciation for the motivations that drive people to extraordinary actions. This understanding did not make him forgiving of Misfortune's role in his death, but it did give him a broader perspective on the cycle of revenge and violence that had shaped both of their lives. The supernatural knowledge that Gangplank gained through his death and resurrection proved invaluable in developing new defensive strategies against the Harrowing. His first-hand experience of the realm between life and death allowed him to predict the behavior of supernatural entities in ways that purely academic study could never achieve. He could anticipate which areas of the city would be most vulnerable to specific types of spectral manifestation, identify the environmental conditions that made certain defensive strategies more or less effective, and recognize the subtle signs that preceded major supernatural incursions. This knowledge came at a cost, however, as Gangplank found himself increasingly isolated from the simple pleasures and concerns that motivated ordinary people. Food lost much of its taste, alcohol provided no escape from consciousness, and sleep brought visions of the supernatural realm that made rest more burden than relief. The resurrection that had given him unique capabilities also sentenced him to a form of existence that was neither fully alive nor properly dead, creating a loneliness that no amount of power or respect could alleviate. The philosophical implications of Gangplank's resurrection extended beyond personal transformation to encompass broader questions about the nature of death, justice, and redemption, in a world where supernatural forces could override what most people considered natural law. His return from the grave raised uncomfortable questions about whether death could truly serve as the ultimate punishment for heinous crimes, whether resurrection represented a second chance for redemption or simply an extension of previous sins, and whether the supernatural forces that enabled his return were ultimately benevolent or malevolent in their intentions. As Gangplank established his new role in Bilgewater's complex power structure, he found himself serving as a bridge between the world of the living and the supernatural realm that annually threatened the city. His unique perspective allowed him to understand both the motivations of ordinary people seeking to protect their lives and families, and the alien drives that animated the entities emerging from the black mist. This dual understanding made him an effective mediator in conflicts between different factions within Bilgewater's defensive hierarchy, even as it reinforced his isolation from purely human concerns. The legend of Gangplank's resurrection became a source of both hope and terror for Bilgewater's residents. On one hand, it demonstrated that death itself was not necessarily final, that even the most complete destruction might be overcome through supernatural intervention. This knowledge provided comfort to those who had lost loved ones to the Harrowing, suggesting that their departed friends and family members might someday return. On the other hand, it raised the terrifying possibility that Bilgewater's enemies might also prove capable of returning from the grave, that death might no longer serve as protection against those who wished harm upon the living. As we contemplate Gangplank's return from death, and his transformation into something between mortal man and supernatural entity, we are confronted with profound questions about the nature of existence itself. His resurrection challenges our assumptions about the finality of death, the possibility of redemption, and the price that must be paid for power that transcends natural limitations. In his scarred face and glowing wounds, we see reflected the terrible beauty of transformation through suffering, the way that complete destruction can sometimes serve as the foundation for rebirth into something entirely new. What does it mean, do you think, to return from death fundamentally changed by the experience? How do we maintain our humanity when we have gained knowledge and capabilities that separate us from ordinary human experience? And perhaps most importantly, when death itself proves insufficient to end our conflicts and rivalries, what hope do we have for finding resolution and peace? Chapter 8. The Survivors' Tales. In the weathered faces of those who have endured multiple harrowings, one can read stories that no chronicler could ever fully capture, tales written not in ink, but in the lines of premature aging, the haunted quality of eyes that have seen too much, and the careful way they speak of things that ordinary people dismiss as mere superstition. Tonight, let us gather around the memories of these remarkable individuals, the survivors who carry within their hearts the accumulated weight of years spent facing supernatural horror, their voices serving as living testimony to the profound ways that repeated encounters with the impossible can reshape the human soul. Old Henrik the Rope Maker represents one of Bilgewater's most remarkable survivors, a man who has lived through 17 separate harrowings, and whose workshop has become an unofficial gathering place for those seeking to understand the patterns and cycles of supernatural manifestation. His hands, gnarled from decades of working with blessed rope and iron core cables, move with the unconscious precision of someone who has learned that the difference between life and death often depends on the quality of one's knots. When Henrik speaks of his experiences, his voice carries the weight of accumulated wisdom purchased at a price that few would willingly pay. Henrik's first encounter with the Harrowing occurred when he was barely 16 years old, working as an apprentice aboard a merchant vessel that became trapped in the black mist during what was supposed to be a routine trading expedition. The boy who entered that supernatural fog emerged 3 days later as someone fundamentally different, aged beyond his years, by exposure to horrors that challenged every assumption he had held about the nature of reality. The other apprentices on the ship had not been so fortunate. Their bodies were found weeks later, drained of life, but showing no signs of physical violence, their faces frozen in expressions of terminal despair. The psychological impact of that first encounter shaped every aspect of Henrik's subsequent life. He abandoned his original plans to become a merchant sailor, instead choosing to remain in Bilgewater, where he could prepare for the annual return of the supernatural threat. His workshop, filled with coils of specially treated rope and defensive implements, became a testament to the way that trauma can transform into purpose. Each piece of equipment he created was designed based on lessons learned during previous harrowings, improvements born from witnessing the failure of inadequate preparations and the success of properly blessed materials. Henrik's memories of his 17 harrowings reveal the way that repeated exposure to supernatural horror creates a form of psychological callus, a protective numbness that allows survival but comes at the cost of normal emotional responsiveness. He describes the gradual process by which events that would traumatize ordinary individuals became routine aspects of his annual experience. The sight of spectral entities no longer filled him with terror, but instead triggered analytical responses focused on identifying the specific type of threat and determining the most effective countermeasures. Yet this emotional numbing came with its own form of suffering, as Henrik found himself increasingly isolated from the normal joys and sorrows that gave life meaning for others. Food lost much of its flavor, music became mere sound without emotional resonance, and relationships became difficult to maintain when one partner had experienced horrors that the other could not even imagine. The protective mechanisms that allowed him to survive the harrowing also served to separate him from the simple pleasures that made survival worthwhile. Martha Tidecaller represents another category of harrowing survivor, those who have not only endured multiple encounters with the Black Mist, but have discovered ways to actively combat its influence. A former priestess of Nagakaboros, who left formal religious service after her third harrowing, Martha has spent the last 2 decades developing techniques for protecting others from the psychological damage that supernatural encounters can inflict. Her small clinic, tucked away in one of Bilgewater's quieter districts, serves as a sanctuary for those struggling with the aftermath of spectral encounters. Martha's approach to healing the wounds left by the harrowing focuses on the understanding that supernatural trauma affects not just the mind but the very soul of its victims. Traditional healing methods, designed for physical injuries or ordinary psychological distress, prove inadequate when dealing with wounds that exist partially outside normal reality. Her treatments incorporate elements of spiritual cleansing, memory reconstruction, and what she calls essence repair, techniques for restoring the fundamental sense of self that supernatural encounters can fragment or corrupt. The stories that Martha has collected from her patients reveal the incredible diversity of ways that individuals respond to supernatural trauma. Some survivors become hypervigilant, developing an almost supernatural sensitivity to the presence of spectral entities that allows them to detect approaching harrowings days before conventional warning systems. Others experience a form of spiritual deafness, losing the ability to perceive supernatural phenomena entirely, a condition that provides psychological protection but leaves them vulnerable to threats they cannot sense. Among Martha's most challenging cases are the children who have survived encounters with dream thieves, spectral entities that attack their victims through the realm of sleep and unconscious thought. These young survivors often lose the ability to experience normal dreams, their nights filled instead with visions of gray mist and twisted faces. The damage inflicted by dream thieves can persist for years, affecting not just sleep patterns but cognitive development and emotional growth. Martha has developed specialized techniques for helping these children reconstruct their capacity for hope and imagination, painstakingly rebuilding psychological structures that supernatural influence has corrupted or destroyed. Captain Refi Jackson offers a perspective on harrowing survival that emphasizes the importance of community and shared experience in maintaining psychological resilience. A veteran of 9 separate supernatural encounters, Jackson has made it his mission to organize support networks for other survivors, creating informal groups where individuals can share their experiences without fear of judgment or disbelief. His understanding of group dynamics and leadership has proven invaluable in helping isolated survivors reconnect with their humanity and find purpose beyond mere survival. Jackson's support groups operate according to principles that he developed through trial and error during his own recovery from supernatural trauma. Participants are encouraged to share their experiences in detail, not to relive their trauma, but to robbing it of its power through acknowledgement and communal witness. The groups also focus on practical preparation for future encounters, sharing techniques and strategies that have proven effective in previous harrowings. This combination of emotional support and practical preparation helps survivors regain a sense of agency and control that supernatural encounters typically destroy. The long-term physical effects of repeated harrowing exposure manifest differently in each survivor, but follow certain recognizable patterns, that Martha and other healers have learned to identify and treat. Many survivors develop a condition known as mist-touched sight, an enhanced ability to perceive supernatural phenomena that comes at the cost of increased sensitivity to ordinary light. Their eyes take on a distinctly silvery quality, and they often require specially tinted lenses to function normally during daylight hours. Another common physical manifestation is what survivors call cold bone syndrome, a condition where the extremities never fully warm regardless of external temperature. This appears to be related to the spiritual drain that supernatural encounters inflict, as if repeated exposure to entities that exist partially outside normal reality gradually reduces the survivor's connection to the physical world. The condition is not life-threatening but serves as a constant reminder of the prices paid for continued existence in a realm regularly visited by supernatural horror. The dietary needs of harrowing survivors often change in ways that reflect their altered relationship with the boundary between life and death. Many develop cravings for foods that have been blessed by religious authorities or prepared according to specific rituals designed to strengthen spiritual defenses. Others lose the ability to digest certain types of food entirely, particularly those associated with celebration and joy, as if their bodies have become attuned to the perpetual melancholy that characterizes the supernatural realm. Sleep patterns among survivors show remarkable consistency, with most individuals developing a form of chronic insomnia that peaks during the weeks leading up to each expected harrowing. This is not simply anxiety about the approaching supernatural threat, but appears to be a physiological response to the accumulation of supernatural energy that precedes each black mist manifestation. Survivors often report being able to sense the approaching harrowing through changes in their sleep patterns weeks before conventional warning systems detect any unusual activity. The social dynamics within Bilgewater's survivor community reveal both the isolating effects of supernatural trauma and the profound bonds that can form between individuals who have shared experiences that transcend normal human understanding. Survivors often find themselves unable to maintain relationships with those who have not experienced the harrowing directly, not due to arrogance or superiority, but because the gulf between their experiences has become too wide to bridge through conventional communication. Yet the relationships that do form within the survivor community display a depth of understanding and mutual support that ordinary friendships rarely achieve. These individuals have seen each other at their most vulnerable, have witnessed the breakdown of psychological defenses that most people never even realize they possess. The trust that develops between survivors is absolute, based not on shared interests or compatible personalities, but on the recognition that they have walked together through valleys of shadow that few others could even imagine. The creative expressions of harrowing survivors often reflect their transformed relationship with reality in ways that both disturb and inspire those who encounter their work. Henrik's ropework incorporates patterns and designs that seem to shift and change when viewed from different angles, as if his years of exposure to supernatural phenomena have given him access to geometric principles that exist partially outside normal space. Martha's written accounts of her healing work read like poetry, filled with metaphors and imagery that capture aspects of supernatural experience that literal description cannot convey. Musicians among the survivor community have developed a distinctive style that incorporates elements of the sounds they have heard within the black mist. Not the terrifying voices of spectral entities, but the underlying harmonies and rhythms that seem to govern supernatural manifestation. These compositions have a haunting quality that affects listeners in ways they cannot quite explain, creating emotional responses that seem to bypass conscious thought and speak directly to some deeper part of the human psyche. The economic impact of hosting a large population of harrowing survivors has shaped Bilgewater's development in unexpected ways. The specialized needs of these individuals have created markets for goods and services that exist nowhere else in Runeterra. Craftsmen have developed techniques for creating furniture and tools that provide comfort to individuals whose sensory experiences have been altered by supernatural exposure. Merchants have learned to source and distribute the rare materials that survivors require for their spiritual and physical well-being. The knowledge accumulated by Bilgewater's survivor community represents one of the most comprehensive archives of supernatural phenomenon in existence. Their collective understanding of spectral behavior, defensive techniques, and recovery methods has been passed down through informal networks and personal relationships, creating a living library of information that no formal institution could hope to replicate. This knowledge has proven invaluable not just for local defense, but for understanding supernatural threats that manifest in other parts of Runeterra. The elderly survivors, those who have lived through dozens of harrowings, occupy a special place within Bilgewater's social hierarchy. They are consulted not just for their tactical knowledge, but for their philosophical insights into the nature of existence in a world where the boundaries between life and death have been permanently weakened. Their perspectives on mortality, meaning, and the purpose of continued existence provide guidance for younger generations struggling to find hope in circumstances that seem designed to crush it. The children of harrowing survivors present unique challenges and opportunities for understanding how supernatural trauma affects human development across generations. These individuals, raised by parents who have been fundamentally altered by their experiences, often display enhanced sensitivity to supernatural phenomena from an early age. Some view this as a burden, making them more vulnerable to the psychological effects of the harrowing when it comes. Others see it as a gift, providing them with capabilities that could prove invaluable for defending their community against supernatural threats. As we listen to these tales of survival and transformation, we are reminded that the human capacity for adaptation extends far beyond what most of us ever have occasion to discover. These survivors have not simply endured repeated encounters with supernatural horror, they have found ways to transform their trauma into purpose, their suffering into service, and their isolation into a form of community that transcends ordinary social bonds. In their weathered faces and haunted eyes, we see reflected not just the cost of survival but its profound value. They have paid prices that few would willingly accept, but in return they have gained understanding of the human condition that could be achieved in no other way. Their stories serve as testament to the resilience of the human spirit and the remarkable capacity for growth that can emerge from even the most challenging circumstances. What does it mean, do you think, to find purpose in surviving experiences that were designed to destroy not just your life, but your very sense of what life means? How do we honor those who have endured unimaginable trials not for glory or recognition, but simply because someone needed to witness and remember what they have seen? Chapter 9. Lucian and Senna's Hunt. In the endless struggle between light and shadow that defines the conflict against the black mist, no two figures loom larger than Lucian and Senna, the sentinels of light whose personal tragedy became the catalyst for a crusade that spans continents and transcends the boundaries of life and death itself. Tonight, as we explore their relentless hunt against the forces of the harrowing, let us witness how love can become the foundation for hope, even in the darkest circumstances, how loss can transform into purpose, and how two souls bound by devotion have become the living embodiment of resistance against the spread of supernatural corruption. To understand the significance of Lucian and Senna's role in combating the harrowing, we must first appreciate the ancient order they represent. The Sentinels of Light trace their origins back to the immediate aftermath of the ruination, when the first survivors of that catastrophic event recognized that the corruption spreading from the Shadow Isles required more than conventional resistance. These early guardians understood that fighting supernatural evil demanded not just courage and skill, but a fundamental commitment to preserving the sanctity of life and the natural order that the Black Mist sought to corrupt. The Sentinels developed techniques and philosophies specifically designed to combat entities that existed partially outside normal reality. Their weapons were blessed with light magic that could disrupt the cohesion of spectral beings. Their armor was inscribed with protective wards that provided defense against supernatural influence, and their training emphasized not just martial prowess, but spiritual discipline that could resist the despair and corruption that the Black Mist used as weapons against the living. Most importantly, they understood that their fight was not just against individual supernatural entities, but against the underlying force of nihilistic destruction that sought to unmake the very concept of hope. Lucian's induction into the Sentinels came through tragedy, as is often the case with those who dedicate their lives to fighting supernatural evil. His village was destroyed during an early manifestation of the Harrowing spread, his family consumed by entities that emerged from mist that flowed like water, but burned like acid. The young man who survived that encounter was transformed by witnessing the complete destruction of everything he had known and loved, his grief crystallizing into a determination to ensure that others would not suffer the same loss. The training that transformed Lucian from traumatized survivor into effective sentinel required years of intensive preparation that addressed not just physical skills, but psychological resilience and spiritual fortitude. He learned to channel his anger and grief into focused purpose rather than allowing them to consume him with rage or despair. The light magic that became his signature required a form of inner peace that seemed almost impossible for someone who had experienced such profound loss. Yet Lucian discovered that his commitment to protecting others provided the emotional foundation necessary for wielding power drawn from hope rather than hatred. Senna's path to becoming a sentinel followed a different trajectory, as she was born into a family with generations of service to the light. Her training began in childhood, incorporating the accumulated wisdom of centuries of supernatural combat into a comprehensive education that prepared her not just for individual encounters with spectral entities, but for understanding the broader patterns and strategies that governed the ongoing conflict. Where Lucian's motivation was forged in the fires of personal loss, Senna's dedication grew from a deep understanding of the cosmic significance of their struggle. The partnership between Lucian and Senna represented more than just tactical cooperation between two skilled warriors. Their bond, deepened by shared purpose and mutual respect, became a source of power that enhanced their individual capabilities in ways that neither could have achieved alone. The light magic they wielded seemed to resonate between them, creating effects that were greater than the sum of their individual abilities. More importantly, their relationship served as a living demonstration of the very values they fought to protect: love, loyalty, and the unbreakable bonds that connect human souls. The techniques that Lucian and Senna developed for tracking and combating the Harrowing spread beyond Bilgewater required a deep understanding of how supernatural corruption moved through the world. Unlike physical threats that followed predictable patterns based on geography and logistics, the Black Mist's expansion was governed by spiritual currents and emotional resonances that could carry its influence across vast distances in unpredictable ways. Areas of particular grief or despair became beacons that attracted supernatural manifestation, while communities bound together by strong social bonds proved more resistant to corruption. Their investigations led them to develop a comprehensive map of the Harrowing's influence that extended far beyond the annual manifestations that terrorized Bilgewater. They discovered that the Black Mist's corruption seeped into the world through countless small manifestations, haunted locations, where the boundary between life and death had been weakened. Individuals whose exposure to supernatural influence had left them vulnerable to further corruption, and artifacts that carried residual traces of the Shadow Isle's malevolent energy. The weapons that Lucian and Senna carried became legendary not just for their effectiveness against supernatural threats, but for the way they embodied the principles of their order. Lucian's twin pistols, crafted from blessed silver and inscribed with runes of protection, could fire projectiles of pure light that disrupted the spiritual cohesion of spectral entities. The weapons seemed to respond to his emotional state, blazing more brightly when his commitment to protecting others burned strongest, dimming when doubt or despair threatened to compromise his resolve. Senna's cannon, a massive weapon that required both physical strength and spiritual focus to wield effectively, represented the Sentinel's most advanced achievement in combining magical theory with practical application. The weapon could fire concentrated beams of light energy that could pierce through multiple supernatural entities simultaneously, but its true power lay in its ability to create zones of sanctified space that spectral beings could not enter. In areas where Senna had discharged her weapon, the very air seemed to shimmer with protective energy that could persist for hours or even days. The The tragic separation of Lucian and Senna, when Thresh's chains claimed her soul and imprisoned it within his accursed lantern, transformed their partnership from a source of strength into a source of desperate purpose. Lucian's quest to recover his beloved became an obsession that drove him to push the boundaries of what the Sentinels had previously considered possible or wise. His willingness to venture into the heart of the Shadow Isles, to confront entities that other Sentinels avoided, and to use tactics that bordered on reckless demonstrated both the power and the danger of love transformed into relentless purpose. During the years of Senna's imprisonment, Lucian's approach to combating the Harrowing underwent significant evolution. Where once he had worked within the established protocols of the Sentinels, he began to develop more aggressive and innovative techniques that reflected his desperate need to find and rescue his partner. He learned to track supernatural entities not just through their physical manifestations, but through the spiritual connections that linked them to their source, following trails of corruption back through multiple dimensions of reality. The development of new weapons and tactics during this period reflected Lucian's willingness to take risks that other Sentinels would not consider. He experimented with combinations of light magic and conventional weaponry that had never been attempted, created ammunition infused with fragments of blessed materials that could disrupt supernatural entities in novel ways, and developed strategies for infiltrating supernatural strongholds that had previously been considered impenetrable. Senna's eventual liberation from Thresh's lantern brought with it revelations that transformed both partners' understanding of their mission and capabilities. Her time within the supernatural prison had exposed her to aspects of the Shadow Isle's nature that no living person had previously experienced and survived. She returned with knowledge of the internal structure of the Black Mist, understanding of the hierarchies and relationships that governed supernatural entities, and insights into weaknesses that could be exploited by those with sufficient skill and determination. The reunion of Lucian and Senna marked the beginning of a new phase in their war against the Harrowing, as they combined his years of desperate innovation with her supernatural insights to create strategies that were more effective than anything the Sentinels had previously achieved. Their coordinated attacks could disrupt entire manifestations of the Black Mist, creating safe passages for civilian evacuation and establishing protected zones where supernatural entities could not maintain their cohesion. The techniques they developed for combating the Harrowing's spread required not just individual skill but careful coordination between multiple teams of Sentinels operating across vast distances. They established communication networks that used light magic to transmit information instantaneously across continents, warning systems that could detect the early signs of supernatural manifestation before they became visible to ordinary observers, and rapid response protocols that could deploy defensive resources where they were most needed. Their understanding of the Harrowing's relationship to human emotion and memory led them to develop psychological defense strategies that were as important as their physical weapons. They learned to identify individuals who were particularly vulnerable to supernatural corruption and provide them with training and support that could enhance their resistance to spectral influence. They also developed techniques for cleansing areas that had been contaminated by supernatural presence, removing the residual traces of corruption that could serve as anchor points for future manifestations. The broader impact of Lucian and Senna's crusade extended beyond their direct combat against supernatural entities to encompass their role as symbols of hope and resistance for communities threatened by the Harrowing spread. Their story, told and retold throughout the regions they had protected, served as inspiration for local defenders who might otherwise have despaired of successfully resisting supernatural threats. The knowledge that trained professionals were actively working to combat the Black Mist's expansion provided psychological support that was often as valuable as their direct intervention. The sacrifices required by their mission went far beyond the physical dangers of combat against supernatural entities. Their commitment to protecting others required them to maintain constant vigilance, to be always ready to abandon personal comfort and safety at a moment's notice. They could not settle in any one location for extended periods, could not form the deep community connections that provide meaning and support for most people, and could not allow themselves the luxury of ignoring threats that others might choose to dismiss or avoid. The philosophical implications of their work raised profound questions about the relationship between individual happiness and collective responsibility. Their dedication to protecting others came at the cost of their own opportunities for a normal life, yet they found in that sacrifice a form of meaning and purpose that transcended ordinary concerns. Their love for each other became not just a personal bond but a symbol of the values they fought to preserve. The idea that connections between individuals could transcend even death itself. The evolution of their weapons and tactics reflected their growing understanding of the supernatural forces they opposed, but also revealed the way that prolonged exposure to such conflicts inevitably changed those who participated in them. The light magic they wielded required them to maintain states of emotional and spiritual purity that became increasingly difficult as they witnessed more and more of the damage that supernatural corruption could inflict. The challenge was not just to fight monsters, but to avoid becoming monsters themselves in the process. Their investigations into the Harrowing spread revealed disturbing evidence that the phenomenon was not stable, but was actively growing stronger with each passing year. The corruption that had once been confined to the immediate vicinity of the Shadow Isles was spreading through mechanisms that seemed to be accelerating rather than diminishing over time. This discovery transformed their mission from one of containment to one of increasingly desperate attempts to find a permanent solution before the supernatural threat became too widespread to combat effectively. The relationship between Lucian and Senna also served as a case study in how love could survive and even be strengthened by experiences that would destroy ordinary bonds. Their separation and reunion had tested their commitment to each other in ways that few couples could survive, yet they emerged from the experience with an understanding of each other that transcended normal intimacy. They had literally fought through death itself to be together, creating a partnership that was both deeply personal and cosmically significant. The training programs they established for new Sentinels incorporated lessons learned from their years of combat against the Harrowing, but also emphasized the importance of maintaining connections to the very humanity they fought to protect. They understood that warriors who became too isolated from ordinary human experience risked losing sight of what made their mission worthwhile. The challenge was to develop individuals who were capable of confronting supernatural horror without becoming hardened to the point where they could no longer appreciate the beauty and meaning that made life worth defending. As we reflect on the crusade of Lucian and Senna against the forces of the Harrowing, we see embodied in their story the complex relationship between love and duty, between personal loss and universal purpose. Their hunt against the Black Mist represents more than just tactical operations against supernatural threats. It represents the ongoing struggle to maintain hope and meaning in a world where the forces of nihilism and despair seem to grow stronger with each passing year. In their twin lights blazing against the darkness, in their refusal to accept that any loss is permanent or any corruption irreversible, we find inspiration for our own struggles against the forces in our lives that seek to diminish hope and separate us from what we hold most dear. Their story reminds us that the greatest victories are often won, not through the destruction of our enemies, but through the preservation of our capacity to love and protect others, even in the face of overwhelming darkness. What does it mean, do you think, to transform personal tragedy into universal purpose? How do we maintain our connection to ordinary human joys and sorrows while dedicating ourselves to fighting battles that seem to have no end? And perhaps most importantly, how do we ensure that in our struggle against darkness, we do not lose sight of the light we are fighting to preserve? Chapter 10. The Mist's Reach. Beyond the familiar horrors that annually besiege Bilgewater lies a more insidious threat, one that creeps through the world like a slow poison, touching distant shores and inland communities with tendrils of corruption that spread far from the Shadow Isle's cursed heart. Tonight, let us trace the expanding influence of the Black Mist as it reaches beyond its traditional boundaries, exploring how the Harrowing has evolved from a localized supernatural siege into a global phenomenon that threatens to reshape the very nature of death and remembrance across all of Runeterra. The expansion of the Harrowing's influence follows patterns that defy conventional understanding of how threats spread through the world. Unlike diseases that travel along trade routes or armies that advance through strategic conquest, the Black Mist's corruption moves through channels of grief, regret, and unresolved anguish that exist in the hearts of individuals rather than on any map. A merchant who witnesses the harrowing in Bilgewater might carry its influence back to his home village, not through any physical contamination, but through the spiritual wounds left by exposure to supernatural horror. The coastal regions of Valoran have been among the first to experience the Harrowing's expanding reach, as the Black Mist follows ocean currents and shipping lanes to touch ports and fishing villages that had previously considered themselves safe from supernatural threats. The initial manifestations in these communities are often subtle, beginning with reports of unusual dreams, unexplained cold spots in buildings, and the strange behavior of domestic animals who seem to sense approaching supernatural presence before humans become aware of it. In the bustling port city of Nashrame, located along Shurima's northern coast, the first signs of the Harrowing's influence appeared as disruptions in the city's famous lighthouse, whose beacon had guided ships safely to harbor for over 2 centuries. The lighthouse keepers reported that the flame would sometimes burn with an eerie blue light that seemed to attract rather than warn away dangerous things from the sea. Ships that followed this corrupted beacon found themselves sailing not toward safe harbor, but toward patches of ocean where the water itself seemed to whisper with voices of the drowned. The spreading corruption manifested differently in Nasharami than it did in Bilgewater, adapting to the unique cultural and spiritual characteristics of each location it touched. Where Bilgewater's residents were accustomed to violence and supernatural threats, Nasharami's people were predominantly traders and craftsmen who had no experience with entities that existed outside the natural order. The Black Mist's influence exploited this inexperience, creating manifestations that specifically targeted the community's sense of security and prosperity. The merchants of Nashramai began to report strange occurrences in their warehouses and shops, where valuable goods would be found rearranged in patterns that hurt to look at directly, or where silver coins would turn black overnight, despite being stored in carefully controlled conditions. More disturbing were the reports of customers who seemed familiar but wrong in subtle ways, people who spoke with the voices of regular patrons, but whose eyes held no recognition, whose purchases made no sense given their established preferences, and who left behind payment in coins that crumbled to dust within hours of the transaction. The expansion of the Harrowing's influence into inland regions required different mechanisms of transmission, as the Black Mist could not simply flow across land as it did across water. Instead, the corruption spread through what scholars have come to call grief networks, connections between individuals who had experienced similar losses or traumas. A parent who had lost a child in Bilgewater during the Harrowing might unknowingly carry that spiritual wound back to their ancestral home, where it could resonate with similar losses experienced by other members of their community. The mountain villages of Targon proved particularly vulnerable to this form of supernatural contagion, as their isolated communities often centered around extended family groups where individual tragedies became shared experiences. When the Harrowing's influence reached these remote settlements, it manifested as a collective haunting that affected entire bloodlines simultaneously. Families would report that their ancestral homes had become filled with the presence of deceased relatives, but these were not the peaceful spirits of traditional belief, but corrupted echoes that sought to drag the living into their own state of eternal unrest. The expansion into Demacia presented unique challenges, as the kingdom's anti-magic policies and petricite-infused architecture created barriers that the Black Mist's supernatural influence could not easily penetrate. However, the corruption proved adaptable, finding ways to bypass these defenses by targeting individuals whose connection to magic made them vulnerable despite their nation's protective measures. Mages who had been forced to hide their abilities often carried within themselves the kind of suppressed anguish that the Harrowing could exploit, creating internal conflicts that eventually manifested as external supernatural phenomena. In the noble houses of Demacia, the Harrowing's influence took the form of what court historians carefully documented as ancestral disturbances, disruptions in the formal ceremonies and traditions that honored deceased family members. Portraits of long-dead nobles would be found with their expressions subtly altered, displaying emotions that seemed inconsistent with their known personalities. Family crypts would echo with voices that spoke in archaic dialects, sharing secrets and grievances that had been buried for generations but now demanded acknowledgement and resolution. The city-state of Piltover, with its emphasis on technological progress and rational analysis, initially dismissed reports of supernatural influence as mass hysteria or the result of chemical contamination from industrial processes. However, the Harrowing's corruption proved capable of adapting even to this environment of scientific skepticism, manifesting through the very technologies that Piltovians trusted most. Hextech devices would malfunction in ways that created eerie sounds and visual distortions, while the city's extensive pneumatic tube system began carrying messages written in scripts that no living person had composed. The scholars and inventors of Piltover found themselves confronting the unsettling possibility that their rational worldview was insufficient to explain or combat the phenomena they were observing. Their attempts to study the supernatural manifestations using conventional scientific methods yielded inconsistent results that defied reproducibility, as if the very act of rational observation altered the nature of what was being observed. This challenge to their fundamental assumptions about reality proved more disturbing to many Piltovians than the supernatural phenomena themselves. In the undercity of Zon, the Harrowing's influence merged with existing sources of corruption and toxicity to create hybrid phenomena that were both supernatural and chemical in nature. The gray, Zon's perpetual toxic fog, began to carry within it traces of the Black Mist's corruption, creating a new form of atmospheric hazard that affected both the body and the soul. Residents of the deepest levels reported that the air itself had begun to whisper, carrying voices that spoke of regrets and failures, with an intimacy that suggested supernatural knowledge of their personal histories. The adaptation of the Harrowing's influence to Zon's unique environment demonstrated the phenomenon's remarkable ability to integrate with existing sources of suffering and despair. The city's numerous industrial accidents and chemical disasters had created a landscape of grief and loss that provided ideal conditions for supernatural corruption to take root. The Black Mist's influence did not replace these existing problems but amplified them, turning ordinary tragedies into sources of ongoing supernatural threat. The expansion into Noxus presented different challenges, as the Empire's culture of strength and conquest was inherently resistant to the despair and hopelessness that the Harrowing typically exploited. However, the corruption found purchase in the Empire's vast network of conquered peoples, many of whom carried within themselves the grief of lost homelands and destroyed traditions. The Black Mist's influence manifested through these suppressed sorrows, creating supernatural disturbances that seemed to embody the collective anguish of Noxus's subject populations. The military hierarchies of Noxus proved particularly vulnerable to a specific form of supernatural corruption that exploited the bonds of loyalty and brotherhood that connected soldiers to their fallen comrades. Veterans who had survived battles where close friends had died began to report visitations from these deceased companions, but these spectral encounters gradually revealed themselves to be sources of corruption rather than comfort. The apparitions would encourage increasingly reckless behavior in combat, as if seeking to reunite the living with the dead through violent means. The philosophical implications of the Harrowing's global expansion forced scholars and religious leaders throughout Runeterra to reconsider fundamental assumptions about the nature of death, memory, and the connections that bind communities together. The phenomenon suggested that individual grief was not merely a personal experience, but a form of spiritual energy that could be corrupted and exploited by malevolent forces. This understanding challenged traditional approaches to mourning and remembrance, as communities struggled to honor their dead without creating vulnerabilities that supernatural entities could exploit. The response to the Harrowing's expansion varied dramatically between different cultures and regions, reflecting the diverse ways that human societies had evolved to deal with death and loss. Some communities developed elaborate rituals designed to cleanse spiritual wounds before they could become infected with supernatural corruption. Others adopted more aggressive approaches, actively hunting down and destroying any manifestations of the Black Mist's influence before they could establish permanent footholds. The economic impact of the Harrowing's expansion created new markets for goods and services related to supernatural defense, but also disrupted traditional trade patterns as merchants and travelers became reluctant to visit regions known to be affected by the corruption. The development of early warning systems and protective measures became crucial for maintaining commerce between affected areas, leading to innovations in both magical and technological approaches to detecting and countering supernatural threats. The psychological toll of living with the knowledge that the Harrowing's influence could potentially reach anywhere in the world created a form of existential anxiety that affected entire populations. The traditional comfort of distance from supernatural threats was no longer available, as communities that had considered themselves safely isolated from the horrors of the Shadow Isles found themselves confronting the possibility that corruption could emerge from within their own ranks. The adaptation of the Black Mist's influence to different cultural contexts revealed disturbing insights into the universality of human suffering and the ways that grief could transcend geographical and cultural boundaries. The same fundamental experiences of loss, regret, and unresolved anguish that made Bilgewater vulnerable to the Harrowing existed in every human community, creating potential anchor points for supernatural corruption regardless of local customs or beliefs. The development of coordinated responses to the Harrowing's expansion required unprecedented levels of cooperation between regions and cultures that had historically been rivals or enemies. The recognition that supernatural corruption posed a threat to all human civilization forced temporary alliances and information sharing that might not have been possible under ordinary circumstances. These collaborations led to new understanding of both the nature of the supernatural threat and the potential for human unity in the face of existential challenges. The long-term implications of the Harrowing's global expansion remain uncertain, but current trends suggest that the phenomenon will continue to grow in strength and reach, unless fundamental changes occur in either the source of the corruption or humanity's approach to dealing with it. The possibility that the entire world could eventually be affected by the same supernatural curse that transformed the Blessed Isles into the Shadow Isles represents a threat to the very concept of civilization itself. The study of how different regions have adapted to the presence of supernatural corruption has revealed remarkable diversity in human responses to existential threats, but also concerning patterns in how quickly communities can become overwhelmed when they lack adequate preparation or understanding. The experiences of early affected regions like Bilgewater have become crucial sources of knowledge for communities just beginning to confront the reality of supernatural threat. The expanding reach of the Black Mist and its transformation from a localized phenomenon into a global threat, we are reminded that some forms of corruption once unleashed do not respect the boundaries that human societies create to organize and protect themselves. The Harrowing's expansion serves as a stark illustration of how individual tragedies can cascade into collective disasters, and how the wounds of the past can continue to affect the present in ways that transcend time and distance. The challenge facing Runeterra is not simply to defend against supernatural threats, but to find ways of healing the fundamental spiritual wounds that make such corruption possible in the first place. This requires not just martial valor or magical power, but a deeper understanding of how human communities can process grief and loss in ways that lead to healing rather than ongoing vulnerability to exploitation by malevolent forces. What does it mean, do you think, when our deepest sorrows become weapons that can be used against us? How do we honor the memory of those we have lost without creating the very vulnerabilities that supernatural corruption seeks to exploit? And perhaps most importantly, how do we build communities that are resilient, not just against external threats, but against the internal wounds that can make us vulnerable to forces that would destroy everything we hold dear? Chapter 11. Spiritual Defenses. In the eternal struggle between light and shadow, between the forces of life and the corruption of undeath, The most powerful weapons are not forged of steel or blessed silver, but crafted from the intangible essence of hope, faith, and the unbreakable bonds that connect souls to one another and to the sacred principles that give existence meaning. Tonight, as we explore the spiritual defenses that stand between the living world and the supernatural horrors of the harrowing, let us discover how the deepest aspects of human nature can be transformed into shields against corruption, bastions of protection that no physical fortress could ever provide. The foundation of all spiritual defense against the black mist lies in understanding the fundamental nature of the corruption itself. The supernatural entities that emerge from the Shadow Isles are not merely monsters to be fought with conventional weapons, but manifestations of despair, regret, and spiritual wounds that have been twisted into forms of active malevolence. To combat such threats effectively requires defenses that operate on the same level of reality, protections that shield not just the body, but the soul, barriers that preserve not just physical life, but the essential qualities that make life worth living. The priestesses of Nagakaboros in Bilgewater were among the first to develop systematic approaches to spiritual defense, drawing upon centuries of religious tradition and practical experience with supernatural threats. Their understanding of the great Kraken goddess's nature as a force of motion and change provided crucial insights into the stagnant nature of the Black Mist's corruption. Where the Harrowing sought to trap souls in endless cycles of grief and regret, Nagakaboros represented the principle of forward movement, of life's capacity to adapt and grow beyond any single tragedy or loss. The rituals developed by these priestesses incorporated elements of both individual meditation and community participation, recognizing that spiritual defense required both personal strength and collective support. The individual component involved extensive training in mental disciplines that could maintain clarity and purpose even when confronted with supernatural horror. Practitioners learned to identify and reject the whispered suggestions of despair that spectral entities used to weaken their victims' resolve, developing internal voices of hope and determination that could counter the corruption's psychological attacks. The community aspect of these spiritual defenses proved equally crucial, as the priestesses understood that isolated individuals, no matter how spiritually strong, remained vulnerable to the accumulated force of supernatural corruption. Their group rituals created networks of mutual support, where participants could draw strength from one another's faith and determination. These ceremonies often involved complex chants and movements that synchronized the spiritual energy of all participants, creating collective barriers that were far more powerful than the sum of their individual contributions. The blessing of protective materials represented another crucial aspect of spiritual defense, as the priestesses developed techniques for imbuing ordinary substances with spiritual energy that could repel supernatural entities. The process of blessing salt, for example, involved not just the recitation of protective prayers, but the channeling of the goddess's own essence into each individual crystal. This transformation was both subtle and profound, altering the salt's spiritual resonance in ways that made it actively hostile to the corruption of the Black Mist. The preparation of blessed salt required extensive ritual purification of both the material and the person performing the blessing. The salt had to be harvested from specific locations where the ocean's natural energy was strongest, during particular tidal conditions that maximized the spiritual power available for the blessing ritual. The priestess performing the ceremony had to undergo days of fasting and meditation to achieve the necessary spiritual clarity, as any contamination of her own essence could compromise the effectiveness of the blessing. The iron blessing rituals developed by Bilgewater's spiritual defenders represented a more complex form of material sanctification, as iron's natural properties had to be enhanced rather than fundamentally altered. The cold forging process that made iron most effective against supernatural entities required not just specific physical techniques, but spiritual practices that prevented the corruption of the metal's essential nature. The smiths who performed this work were as much priests as craftsmen, combining metalworking skills with deep understanding of the spiritual principles that governed the interaction between physical matter and supernatural forces. The wardstone traditions that developed in various regions affected by the Harrowing represented attempts to create permanent spiritual barriers that could function without constant human maintenance. These massive carved monoliths served as focal points for protective energy, their inscribed symbols and geometric patterns designed to channel and concentrate spiritual force in ways that created zones of safety around their placement. The most effective wardstones incorporated not just protective symbols, but representations of the specific values and beliefs that the community sought to preserve. The creation of wardstones required collaboration between master craftsmen, spiritual leaders, and sometimes entire communities whose collective faith provided the power necessary to activate the protective enchantments. The carving process itself became a form of extended ritual, with each symbol and pattern blessed as it was created. The placement of wardstones required careful consideration of local spiritual geography, as their effectiveness depended on their ability to tap into existing flows of beneficial energy while redirecting harmful influences away from populated areas. The development of personal protective amulets and talismans represented efforts to create portable spiritual defenses that individuals could carry with them, regardless of their location or circumstances. These items ranged from simple blessed jewelry to complex artifacts that incorporated multiple layers of protective enchantment. The most effective personal protection combined blessed materials with symbols that held deep personal meaning for the wearer, creating resonances between the amulet's spiritual energy and the individual's own faith and determination. The crafting of personal protective items required intimate knowledge of the individual who would use them, as generic protections proved far less effective than those specifically tailored to the wearer's spiritual needs and vulnerabilities. Master craftsmen learned to identify the particular fears and sources of strength that characterized each person, incorporating these insights into protection designed to enhance existing psychological resilience while providing defense against areas of weakness. The meditation and mental discipline practices that formed the core of individual spiritual defense were adapted from ancient traditions, but modified to address the specific challenges posed by supernatural corruption. Traditional meditation focused on achieving states of inner peace and spiritual clarity, but defense against the black mist required techniques that could maintain these states even under extreme psychological pressure. Practitioners learned to create internal sanctuaries of calm that could not be penetrated by external sources of fear or despair. The breathing techniques developed for spiritual defense went beyond simple relaxation methods to incorporate specific rhythms and patterns that aligned the practitioner's life force with beneficial spiritual energies. These practices created internal barriers that supernatural entities found difficult to penetrate, while simultaneously strengthening the individual's connection to sources of hope and meaning that could sustain them through encounters with corruption. The visualization exercises used in spiritual defense training taught practitioners to create mental images of protection and strength that could be maintained even when confronted with terrifying supernatural manifestations. These visualizations were not mere fantasy, but structured practices that channeled real spiritual energy into forms that could actively resist corruption. The most advanced practitioners could create visualized barriers that provided actual protection against spectral attacks. The group meditation practices that developed in communities affected by the Harrowing represented sophisticated approaches to collective spiritual defense. These sessions involved synchronized breathing and mental focus that created shared states of consciousness where participants could draw strength from one another's spiritual energy. The resulting collective barriers proved remarkably effective against supernatural entities that relied on isolating and overwhelming individual victims. The integration of music and sound into spiritual defense practices reflected understanding of how vibrational frequencies could affect supernatural entities. Certain combinations of tones and rhythms seemed to disrupt the cohesion of spectral manifestations, while other musical patterns strengthened the spiritual resilience of those who heard them. The development of protective songs and chants became an important aspect of community defense preparations. The role of memory and storytelling in spiritual defense proved crucial for maintaining community morale and preserving knowledge of effective protective techniques. The stories told about successful resistance to supernatural threats served not just as historical records, but as sources of inspiration that could strengthen individual resolve when facing similar challenges. These narratives created shared myths that reinforced collective identity and purpose in the face of existential threats. The healing rituals developed for treating spiritual wounds left by supernatural encounters represented some of the most sophisticated achievements in defensive magic. These ceremonies addressed not just the immediate trauma of supernatural contact, but the deeper spiritual damage that could make individuals vulnerable to future corruption. The healing process often required months or years of careful treatment, gradually rebuilding the victim's spiritual defenses while preserving their essential humanity. The training programs for spiritual defenders emphasized the importance of maintaining balance between protective strength and compassionate humanity. Practitioners who became too hardened in their defenses risked losing connection to the very values they sought to protect, while those who remained too open to others' suffering became vulnerable to the corruption they fought against. The most effective defenders learned to maintain protective barriers while preserving their capacity for empathy and love. The development of early warning systems based on spiritual sensitivity represented attempts to detect supernatural threats before they manifested in ways that ordinary senses could perceive. Trained practitioners learned to recognize the subtle changes in spiritual atmosphere that preceded supernatural manifestations, providing communities with crucial advance notice that could mean the difference between successful defense and catastrophic loss. The research into the fundamental nature of spiritual energy and its relationship to supernatural corruption led to theoretical frameworks that helped explain why certain defensive techniques proved more effective than others. These studies revealed complex relationships between individual psychology, community dynamics, and the spiritual forces that governed both beneficial and malevolent supernatural phenomena. The adaptation of spiritual defense techniques to different cultural contexts required careful consideration of local beliefs and practices. Protective methods that worked effectively in one community might prove useless or even counterproductive in another, depending on the specific spiritual traditions and psychological patterns that characterized different populations. The most successful defensive systems incorporated local elements while maintaining universal principles of spiritual protection. The long-term effects of practicing spiritual defense techniques proved beneficial beyond their immediate protective value, as individuals who underwent this training often developed enhanced psychological resilience, deeper connections to their communities, and clearer understanding of their own values and purposes. These secondary benefits created positive feedback loops that strengthened entire communities' ability to resist not just supernatural threats, but ordinary challenges as well. The philosophical implications of spiritual defense practices raised profound questions about the relationship between individual faith and collective protection. The recognition that personal spiritual strength could directly contribute to community safety challenged traditional distinctions between private belief and public responsibility, creating new models of civic engagement based on spiritual as well as practical contribution. The ongoing evolution of spiritual defense techniques reflected the dynamic nature of both supernatural threats and human adaptation to them. As the Black Mist's corruption grew stronger and more sophisticated, defensive practices had to evolve to meet new challenges while preserving the fundamental principles that made protection possible. This constant adaptation required communities to maintain traditions while remaining open to innovation and change. As we reflect on the various spiritual defenses that human communities have developed against the supernatural horrors of the Harrowing, we see embodied in these practices the remarkable capacity of the human spirit to transform fear into courage, despair into hope, and isolation into connection. These defenses represent more than mere protective techniques. They are expressions of the deepest values and beliefs that make human civilization worth preserving against any threat. In the blessed salt that creates barriers against corruption, in the wardstones that stand as monuments to community determination, in the meditation practices that create inner sanctuaries of peace, we see reflected humanity's refusal to surrender its essential nature. even when confronted with forces that seek to corrupt everything that gives life meaning. These spiritual defenses remind us that the greatest protection against darkness comes not from external barriers, but from the light that burns within each human heart. What does it mean, do you think, to transform faith into a weapon against despair? How do we maintain the balance between protecting ourselves from corruption while preserving our capacity to love and trust others? And perhaps most importantly, how do we ensure that our spiritual defenses strengthen rather than replace the human connections that make life worth defending in the first place? Chapter 12. Eternal Vigil. As our long journey through the mists of memory and terror draws to its gentle close, we find ourselves standing at the threshold between understanding and mystery, between the horrors we have witnessed and the peace we seek to preserve. The Harrowing, in all its terrible majesty, serves as more than just an annual supernatural siege. It stands as a profound meditation on the nature of existence itself, a recurring reminder of the delicate balance between life and death, between remembrance and release, between the love that binds us to what we have lost, and the courage required to embrace what yet remains. In the cyclical nature of the Harrowing, we observe one of the most fundamental patterns that governs not just supernatural phenomena, but the rhythms of grief and healing that characterize all human experience. Like the tides that ebb and flow according to celestial mechanics beyond mortal control, the Black Mist's annual return follows a cosmic schedule that reflects deeper truths about the persistence of unresolved trauma and the way that pain, when left unhealed, inevitably seeks expression in the world of the living. The residents of Bilgewater, through their generations of experience with supernatural siege, have become unwitting philosophers of mortality, their daily lives shaped by an intimate understanding of death's refusal to remain a simple ending. They have learned to live with the knowledge that those they have lost may return, but not as the people they once were. This awareness has created a unique approach to both life and loss, where every goodbye carries the weight of potential transformation, where every memory must be treasured, but also carefully guarded against corruption. The eternal vigil that characterizes life in the shadow of the Harrowing represents more than just military preparedness or spiritual defense. It embodies a fundamental stance toward existence that refuses to be overwhelmed by the certainty of loss. The sentries who watch from Bilgewater's towers, scanning the horizon for signs of approaching mist, serve as symbols of humanity's refusal to surrender hope, even when hope itself seems to have been corrupted by malevolent forces. Their vigilance represents the active choice to remain engaged with life despite full knowledge of its dangers and sorrows. This eternal readiness creates a profound tension between the need to remain always prepared for horror and the equally important need to find joy and meaning in the peaceful moments between supernatural storms. The people of Bilgewater have developed a cultural wisdom that allows them to embrace both realities simultaneously, to celebrate life while never forgetting death's proximity, to love deeply while understanding that all bonds may be tested by forces beyond ordinary comprehension. The children who grow up under the shadow of the annual Harrowing develop a relationship with mortality that is both more mature and more innocent than that of their peers in safer regions. They learn early that death is not necessarily final, but they also discover that life's value is not diminished by its fragility. If anything, the constant possibility of loss makes each moment of joy more precious, each connection more meaningful, each act of kindness more significant. The philosophical implications of living under the Harrowing's influence extend far beyond questions of individual survival to encompass fundamental issues about the nature of memory, identity, and the connections that bind communities together across time. When the dead can return but not as themselves, when memories can be corrupted by supernatural influence, when the very concept of peaceful rest becomes uncertain, communities must develop new ways of understanding what it means to honor the past while protecting the future. The rituals and traditions that have evolved in response to the Harrowing reflect this complex relationship with mortality and memory. The way that Bilgewater's residents prepare for each supernatural siege incorporates elements of mourning and celebration, of remembrance and release. They honor their dead not by trying to preserve them unchanged, but by working to ensure that the living can continue to grow and change in ways that would make the departed proud. The transformation of enemies into allies that occurs during each harrowing demonstrates the way that existential threats can reveal the fundamental unity that underlies apparent divisions. When the black mist rises, the distinctions between pirate and merchant, between noble and commoner, between native and foreigner, become meaningless in the face of shared vulnerability to supernatural corruption. This temporary unity, fragile though it may be, offers glimpses of what human community could achieve if it were not divided by smaller concerns. The annual cycle of preparation, siege, survival, and recovery that characterizes life under the Harrowing creates a rhythm that mirrors the larger patterns of growth and renewal that govern all natural processes. Each successful defense against supernatural corruption strengthens the community's knowledge and capabilities, while each loss teaches lessons that improve future survival. The Harrowing thus becomes not just a recurring threat, but a recurring opportunity for collective growth and adaptation. The role of hope in maintaining resistance against the black mist reveals profound truths about the relationship between individual psychology and collective survival. The supernatural entities that emerge from the mist feed on despair and hopelessness, growing stronger as their victims surrender to the conviction that resistance is futile. The communities that have learned to survive do so not through superior weapons or defenses, but through their ability to maintain hope even in the darkest circumstances. This hope, however, is not the naive optimism that expects easy solutions or guaranteed happy endings. It is instead the mature recognition that meaning and purpose can be found even in struggle, that love and connection remain valuable even when they cannot guarantee protection from loss, that the choice to continue fighting for what we value has significance regardless of whether victory is assured. This kind of hope becomes its own form of spiritual defense, creating internal barriers that supernatural corruption cannot easily penetrate. The expansion of the Harrowing's influence beyond its traditional boundaries serves as a reminder that some challenges, once unleashed, do not remain contained by the geographical or cultural boundaries that human societies create to organize their world. The black mists spread across Runeterra demonstrates how individual trauma, when unhealed, can cascade into collective crisis, how the refusal to accept loss in one place can eventually threaten the peace and stability of distant communities. Yet this expansion also reveals the remarkable capacity of human communities to adapt and respond to unprecedented challenges. The development of new defensive techniques, the formation of unlikely alliances, the sharing of knowledge across traditional boundaries, all of these responses demonstrate that growth and positive change can emerge even from the most dire circumstances. The harrowing spread has forced innovations in cooperation and understanding that might never have occurred under less threatening conditions. The legends and stories that have grown up around figures like Misfortune, Gangplank, Lucian, and Senna serve important functions beyond their entertainment value. These narratives provide frameworks for understanding how individuals can respond to supernatural threats while maintaining their essential humanity. They offer models of courage that go beyond simple fearlessness to encompass the kind of persistent dedication required for long-term resistance against forces that cannot be defeated once and for all. The relationship between individual heroism and collective survival that emerges from study of the Harrowing reveals the inadequacy of purely individualistic approaches to existential threats. While individual courage and skill remain important, the most effective resistance emerges from communities that combine personal excellence with mutual support, that balance individual initiative with collective coordination, that recognize that some battles can only be won by people working together toward common goals. The spiritual dimensions of the Harrowing remind us that the most profound conflicts are not fought with physical weapons, but with intangible qualities like faith, hope, love, and determination. The supernatural entities that emerge from the black mist represent not just external threats, but embodiments of internal struggles that every human being faces: the temptation to surrender to despair, the desire to escape from responsibility, the fear of loss that can prevent us from fully embracing life. The defenses that prove most effective against these supernatural threats are those that strengthen rather than replace the human qualities that make life worth living. The blessed salt that creates barriers against corruption works not by destroying the capacity for emotion, but by protecting the ability to feel joy as well as sorrow. The meditation practices that shield minds from supernatural influence do so by cultivating inner peace rather than emotional numbness. The community bonds that provide mutual protection grow stronger rather than weaker through shared struggle. The cyclical nature of the Harrowing offers opportunities for both repetition and renewal, for learning from past experiences while remaining open to new possibilities. Each year brings the same fundamental challenge: how to maintain hope and humanity in the face of supernatural horror, but also offers new chances to develop better solutions, to strengthen community bonds, to discover previously unknown sources of strength and resilience. The survivors who have endured multiple harrowings serve as living libraries of hard-won wisdom about the nature of trauma and recovery, about the ways that communities can support their most vulnerable members, about the delicate balance between remembering the past and embracing the future. Their stories remind us that survival is not just about avoiding death, but about maintaining the capacity for growth, connection, and meaning, even under the most challenging circumstances. The eternal vigil that characterizes life under the shadow of the harrowing ultimately represents a choice, the decision to remain engaged with existence despite full knowledge of its dangers and uncertainties. This choice must be made not once but repeatedly, each time the mist rises, each time loss threatens to overwhelm hope, each time the easy path of surrender presents itself as an alternative to the difficult work of continued resistance. As we sit here in the warmth of our safe haven, surrounded by the gentle sounds of a world at peace, we can appreciate the profound courage required of those who maintain this eternal vigil. They stand watch not just against supernatural threats, but against the human tendency to abandon hope when hope becomes difficult to sustain. They fight not just against spectral entities, but against the spiritual corruption that would transform love into obsession, memory into prison, and community into mere survival. The Harrowing teaches us that some wounds, once inflicted, do not heal in the conventional sense, but must instead be integrated into a larger understanding of what it means to be human. The corruption that spreads from the Shadow Isles represents the failure to make this integration, the refusal to accept that loss and love, sorrow and joy, death and life are all part of the same complex whole that we call existence. In the end, the true victory against the Harrowing lies not in defeating it once and for all, for some challenges are meant to be ongoing rather than concluded, but in learning to live fully and meaningfully despite its presence. The people of Bilgewater and beyond who have chosen to stand against the black mist demonstrate that human beings can find purpose and joy even when surrounded by supernatural horror, that communities can grow stronger rather than weaker through shared adversity, that love can endure even when it cannot guarantee protection from loss. Their eternal vigil reminds us that the most important battles are often those that must be fought again and again, not because we have failed to win them, but because the very act of fighting them is what defines our humanity. In their refusal to surrender to despair, in their commitment to protecting what they hold dear, in their willingness to face each new manifestation of the Harrowing with fresh courage and determination, we see reflected the best of what human beings can be when they choose hope over fear, connection over isolation, and love over the safer but emptier alternative of emotional withdrawal. As the embers of our fire settle into gentle warmth and the familiar sounds of our peaceful world surround us, we might reflect on the vigil that others maintain on our behalf, the countless acts of courage and sacrifice that preserve the possibility of nights like this one. The Harrowing may be distant from our own experience, but the qualities that enable resistance to it, hope, love, community, and the refusal to surrender meaning in the face of meaninglessness, are the same qualities that give richness and purpose to all human existence. What does it mean, do you think, to choose hope, not because victory is assured, but because the act of hoping itself has value. How do we honor those who maintain vigil against forces that would diminish the light in the world, while also fully embracing the peace and joy that their vigilance makes possible? And perhaps most importantly, how do we ensure that our own lives reflect the same courage and commitment that characterizes those who stand eternal watch against the darkness, ready to defend what matters most, even when the cost of that defense cannot be fully known?